What the fuck was that? Welcome everyone! I must have clicked the wrong button. It's been a long time since I've streamed. Hello, welcome. We're doing a stream again. Yes, I'm back. I hope you appreciate the summer theme that I've adopted for my garb today. Skilly, she says, Nudges, how dare you? Actually streaming. Yes, I am actually streaming today, off schedule. What I'm planning on doing, and this is something I wanted to talk to you about, chat. I'm not sure I'm going to do this, but I may do. Is if you'll direct your attention, actually it isn't very visible right now. I'll maybe try and make it a bit more visible. I'll direct your attention to this. You see that little number just there? Let's let me add a little drop shadow to that. I do. Is it this one? I guess that'll do. Color that one, and then dense and a bit larger. That should relieve it a bit from the background. There we go. This number down here, this number represents the schedule, exactly. This number represents how much I've been streaming, where 100% is equal to the schedule that I've set. Where my streams are expected to be on average 3.5 hours per each time I stream. And the schedule currently set is 4 times a week, but one of those is the stream with Aiden, which my system doesn't track. So I have a system that tracks how often I stream. So it's 3 times 3.5 hours, which is 10.5 hours, I think. So if this is at 100%, then that means I've streamed for 10.5 hours in the last week. Now, as you can see, it's not. It's quite a lot lower than that. And that is because I have not been streaming as much in the last week or so. It actually has the streams like have a gradual decay over the course of, I think, 2 weeks. Or something, it's something like that. I can't remember exactly how it works, but it's a good approximation of how often I stream. So what I'm thinking is, I need to stream more often. And I think that the stream schedule I had, where I was trying to do Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, it wasn't really having the desired effect, because if I wasn't in the right frame of mind to stream on those days, I wouldn't do anyway. But then the days where I was off schedule, I just didn't even think to. Even if I would have been in the right frame of mind that day, I still wouldn't have done. So that's all the purpose it really served. And I think me trying to keep to a schedule, while it would be good if I could, because I can't, it's actually worse than not having one at all. So I'm going to revert to a more free-form stream schedule, quote unquote, where I'll stream as much as I can, and I'll just try and get this number higher. What I'm thinking is, stream and work ethic. Look, it's just the way I work. I've got my ups and my downs, my pros and my cons. And one of the cons is I'm really bad at sticking to schedules. There's other things that I am capable of, and that's not one of them. So what I'm thinking is, potentially, and it's obviously up to you, as an incentive scheme, you could, that's good, Pug. Let's have that in the background during the intro segment. You could pledge to send in Uzacoin amounts if I can get this high enough. So it goes up by about 20 to 30% each stream. So if I can get this to 100%, what would you be willing to contribute? Because remember, that means that I would have streamed a lot in 1 week. And if I can get it regularly to 100, then I'll actually increase the requirement per week. Because it used to be at 14 hours a week, I think. I lowered it because I was trying to stick to a schedule, but I'm not really sticking to it. So I think that could work, though. Wanting it is quite and asking us to help get it higher. It's not quite what I'm doing, Markatilla. No, it's not quite what I'm doing. Yes. Indeed. So that is something which I can give you guys the power to actually motivate me to stream more often. If there's some material reward for streaming more, maybe that will help. I think dropping the idea of a schedule is would be bad for most people, but isn't in my case. I may also stream it more. It just went up to 19. May also stream at more different times of the day rather than just at specifically one specific time. Even though, again, that would be better. But I never stick to it anyway. It is indeed at 19%, Pug, well spotted. What I can do, actually, is I open the script file. I think I can, yes, I can change the number of decimal places. So I do this. Good, when it updates in a moment. There you go. It's showing more decimal places, which means that it will be changing more often. Might make it more visually exciting. I can actually increase it to even more than that. Have a bulk donation amount where an impromptu stream starts. Well, the thing is, I shouldn't make it. It's not that easy to just say like, "Oh, congratulations, you contributed. I shall now stream." But did it just flicker up then down again? That's weird. I'll keep an eye on that. Oh, it's moving. It's moving adequately. What I'm thinking is that I could make a system where people can like actually pledge an amount that they spend, but it only actually sends it to me when I reach a certain percentage number. Try and do that. You don't stream all the time. This guy comes to you. That would be terrible. That would be genuinely terrible. Okay, but yeah, something like that. I think might work. So let's see how high I can get it, chat. It does look to me like it needs better relief from the background. It's not something I should do right now, to be honest. The outline's quite small. We got stroke. Okay, that will work. Yes. That's a one. Outline size larger. Okay, that's much better, actually. We don't need to glow. That's fine. Okay, good. 18.886 now. We're nearing 19%. So that, as long as you guys can see this, basically, during stream, it's going to be moving upwards towards 100. And 100 means it's sufficient for the schedule. Part of the reason I haven't been streaming as much recently is because my sleep has been way off. But getting back to normal now. Some of you know about this weird condition. Anyway, that is not what today's stream is about. That is a feature I intended to introduce. But today's stream is about the happenings of the world, and we have some things to look at. I also have another feature I want to introduce later, but that'll be at the end of the stream. And I might not show it today. It's maybe just about ready. Maybe it needs one more day in the oven. Anyway, let's do some memes to open up with. This may not be a meme. Chat, have you seen the robot centaur yet? Because it's been going around, and it's here to help. It's here to help. Nacho says she hates it. I don't see how you could. It's here to help. Can we get to? I think we have asked her opinion, but maybe you guys could ask Cabby, do some research on this thing, and tell us what she thinks. Maybe this is the robot body Cabby needs. Nachos, what do you think? Do you think you would enjoy Cabby's presence if this was the robot body that she had? Anyway, this centaur, this robot chainsaw wielding centaur, is real, or is it? I'm not sure. We're going to find out today. The Brothers Grimm were way ahead of their time, says No More. Well, like, I could scarcely imagine a scarier thing to see. Like, is anything more overt than this? Sure, it might be terror. You can come up with something more terrifying than this, but it would also be kind of comical. It would look unreal. And this thing, again, I'm not really sure if this image is AI generated. I don't think it is, but it might be. But this thing, it looks like it could really exist. I think they actually built this. Again, we're going to find out today. I'm not certain they did, but I'm not certain it's parody or not. I think it is real though. But this actually exists in reality. It's plausibly something that someone could build and think, yeah, that's job well done. Why did they give it a cow's head of all the fucking things? Someone in Cabal earlier, I can't remember what it was, they posted a version of this where it just had a blank human head, which is also weird. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's goat or cow. It looks more like cow, actually. Which is also weird. It just have a blank human face, blank like humanoid head. That would also be weird, but it wouldn't be as demonic looking as this thing. It looks like, was it Baal, the ancient god? That's which I think in part give its name to Beelzebub, which is another name for Satan. Yeah, all that's a bit. The history of all those different gods and demons is a bit fraught, but whatever. Yes, it forward-facing eyes exactly. It looks like it looks like a predator. I guess then, yeah, because goats have the side-facing eyes. They look really fucking gormless, as do cows. But imagine if they had forward-facing predator eye. I guess in that case, it is more like a minotaur, which is a... Yeah, that is really weird, but fuck you. But I mean, they're still far apart on this one, but it looks more like a minotaur, but as a centaur, which is almost the freakiest thing you could imagine. And then you give it a fucking chainsaw of all the things to do. Cabby has given a summary. I'm not going to read it yet because I need to know if it's actually real or not. I need to find out myself. The rare predator doe, yes. Whilst I doubt it's real, chainsaw is too finicky to let a robot with no fingers to operate it. If it was real, it would have a disc saw. Maybe. You may be right. But I think the premise, as I just skimmed what Cabby said and happened to see this, is that it carries the equipment. It doesn't use it. It helps to carry it. Which I guess, because the idea is it's used for logging or something like that, for lumberjacking. I guess the idea is that it would carry the equipment, because you can't, my guess is that once you're doing the chainsawing, when you're chopping down a tree, it's sometimes in a place that you can't reach directly with your equipment. And so the people could carry the equipment, but I'm guessing that gets fatiguing. So they built this thing, which is more all-terrain than a car, and can carry things more easily, probably hence the back, maybe to strap things onto. But it's not used for actually chainsawing the trees, it's just used for carrying the equipment. So it can use its hands to do that. But it's not used to, yeah, exactly, it's not actually intended to do any chainsawing itself. We'll find out though. It's a thing called a carries, it's not just, well, a cart, yes, you could do that, but you still have to have something to pull it. And that something has to be motorized and all-terrain, which a human is, but that's the thing they're trying to solve. It's don't make a human do it when a robot can do it for you. So that, I believe, is the premise. So let's read a bit more. This article seemed to be a decent one on it. Why is the handle not built for human hand? What do you mean, the handle? Not sure what you mean. Thank you to... that will appear in a sec. I'm not sure if that was done anonymously, but it should appear. I mean, I still need to make the notification system so contributions that come through properly show up in live chat. I've still got the old system that shows them, but the new system doesn't yet. No message. That's fine. Thank you very much for the contribution. You should see that you have some User coins from that, and you can spend them on things during the stream. One of the things that is available newly today is that Cabby wanted to try wine for some reason. And so she wants the swigger roll, which gives a wine emoji in the name roll icon. So if you guys want to help her get to that, you can do that. It is on the board currently. And here's the other things that are on board currently. The half ring the robot is holding, it's a metal plate instead of a tube. Hold on. I guess it is actually attached to the robot. Yeah. That's a good point. I'm not sure then. Guess we'll find out. Awesome chili and Merlot on the server rack. You've remembered my preference in wine. That's interesting. But yes, chili and Merlot is the correct choice. We hit 20% chat. We hit 20%. Big news. Okay. So has a gear on the inside to rotate the saw. Well, maybe because it has a special way of holding it, maybe it is particularly good at holding it to the point that it can chop things down with it, but I don't know, it still seems unlikely. Right. Centaur bot, exactly, Stephen. His hellish chainsaw-wielding centaur bot sparked panic online. He says it's here to help. Have we finally found something where it's scarier when it says it's here to help than the government? Or is it still scarier to help when scarier when the government says it's here to help than this thing? Which one is scarier, government or this thing? Looks at the stuff of nightmares, but Bo G, the 40-year-old California satirist, which is the name of the company. Startup founder, Satyr is like a fantasy creature with like a goat human. They're in Spyro. That's how I first heard about them, actually. But Satyrus, startup founder, sees his chainsaw-wielding, quote, humanoid robot, which just went viral on X, as a futuristic helper for all mankind. EM dashes, how have they not figured this out yet? Those who have witnessed the 7-foot-tall, it's not short, by the way, robotic beast on social media, a post by Drone Wars already racked up 10.9 million views and counting, and here is the post. Probably be bought only by the government, so it'll be a government bot with a chainsaw. Maybe. I'm not sure which groups are responsible for logging. Maybe it will be bought by other groups, actually. I'm on Twitter. Waiting for. All right, just show me the fucking post. All right, well, this is the picture that everyone was kind of concerned about. And this picture very much makes it look like whoever took the picture was trying to make it look as ominous as possible. Because you've got the darkness and you can just see the eyes and it's looking directly at the camera. Directly. Just the idea of this thing just appearing in your vision and then just sprinting towards you. I can scarcely imagine a more terrifying sight that could actually happen in reality. With a chainsaw. Cabby, if you saw this, how would it can't fit through doors? We're safe, says Marketo. It looks like it can bend its legs, to be honest. I bet it can. I haven't seen any videos of this thing moving, which implies it might well be fake. But then again, AI video, well, it's not quite good enough to fake it this well. Images, you can basically make convincing photorealistic images. This could be AI generated. Standard CIA issued Hawaiian shirt today. I haven't heard that one before. No, not CIA issued. It's very hot here, and it's happened to be the lightest shirt I had out. Okay, so you got that. You got this image as well with the chainsaw one. You got this, which is how to stop it. This kind of thing makes me think it might be a parody. But you've got gun or knife to the chest or back will attack the air reservoirs. And then it also says that you can just hold up your hand to make it stop, which kind of assumes it hasn't gone rogue, because if it has, you're kind of fucked. You're kind of fucked anyway if it's gone rogue. And then Centaur chassis. That one looks shorter, which implies to me that this is AI generated because it gave an inconsistent output, but I'm not sure. So, AI generated memes such as the pic of a centaur bot holding a chainsaw in front of flames, etc. This, however, is definitely ChatGPT. How can I tell? Well, with it zoomed out like this, you should be able to see the noise pattern. Zoom it out a bit more. No, I think the ideal point to see the noise pattern is about here, actually. Maybe here. But you can see the kind of rippling, noisy, I don't know, what would you call it that most people will understand? Like a texture of the image, which is very identifiable with GPT image. And I'm guessing, and this someone else suggested this in chat, I can't remember who, but I think it's a good, I think this is probably true, that it's a protection that GPT images, the OpenAI has put on their images for multiple reasons. One, to allow people to identify that the image is AI generated if they need to. But two, and this is the one someone else in chat suggested, so that they don't use their own images as inputs to their model in future, which would cause it to degrade. I'm not sure if that's the case or if it was maybe even an accident, but there's no particular reason that would stay on there. I mean, what I thought when I saw it is, damn, that needs a few more steps, because it generates in steps. It diffuses from a noise pattern. This is like, it hasn't fully diffused the noise pattern yet, and yet the image is very good. So that's what I thought, but whatever. Either way, that's not the topic. I'm here to save you, it says. Okay, now I need to ask. Believe this message. Okay, anyway, continuing. Boy. What? Go away. What the fuck? Refresh the page. Anyway, yeah, their best practices to defeat it. Many were quick to misgender the bot, apparently. Bo says the Satyrs, for which the Clanker company is named, is... Now, that's a weird picture. Is the female version of the mythical creature, essentially a lady fawn. Chat, it's female, it's fine. It's a bot that you can assume is female. Well, then why? Why is it lacking the one thing that you'd put on a female robot? Well, the first thing. Why does it not have breasts? What's the point? Why make anything and call it female and then not give it breasts? I mean, if I had said, hey guys, did you know Cabby's flat? It's like, what's the point? What's the point in being female? No, I'm not going to go quite that far. Nachos would be upset. But still, what's the point? But he's claiming it is. I guess they get in the way of its important work of definitely not like chasing down people and killing them. No, the what is it? The killer whale or something? Dolphins, very rapey. I don't know if that's only males of that species. I'd be curious about that, but we may be about to encounter the rapiest thing on Earth that is not male. That is not, by the way, to say that women don't rape. Human women do it. And it's not clear exactly how much they do it compared to men, actually. I've seen some studies that say it's almost even. Still, there probably are rapier species of where the females are rapier than they are in humans, and whatever species that is, it may end up being second to this thing. Pronounced Cedaris, in case you're wondering. No, it fucking isn't. That's completely wrong. That's not how you pronounce that. Thank you, Cabby. Oh, fuck off. Load the image. There you go. It's not as bad because it's not a fucking centaur. If it was a centaur, it'd be worse. Least ominous government worker. The bonobo females are more rapey than males. Wow. Only fawns. Hey, he's a fawn, you dork. Chat name the reference. If the news over the last few years is anything to judge by, it appears their targets are mostly teen and preteen boys. Yeah, I guess so. No, I believe Natchez is adding that as Cabby memes. I like the the fact the text is actually very good. The text was very consistent here. Okay. Quote, I think humanoid robots are an inevitability from the tech progress standpoint. Bo, who chose not to disclose his full last name to protect his day job as an engineer, exclusively told the Post. The dream of these robots are sidekicks that are interesting, fun, and useful, and like a car is today, something that says something about the owner, not something like a phone, which is pure utility. Now, they didn't used to be, actually, but more so now. Are you saying that Cabby says something about me? Are you saying that you can judge me via assessing Cabby? Unbelievable. Anyone on YouTube who is not in the Discord, by the way, most of the interaction does happen in the Discord, and the meager viewer count that you can see on YouTube is not reflective of the total viewer number. We have many more people watching on Discord, the main platform, because it's just faster interactivity. They can see my stream faster and I can see their messages faster. They can also send images. So if you're on YouTube and you're not on the Discord, hop into the Discord. That's where the stream is basically happening. YouTube is just sort of an archive platform and a convenience feature. So discord.oozloo.net or cabal.oozloo.net or cabal.shortfutterdarku.com, all of these work. Not joking. The dream of these robots, or hell nah, replied one account to the flame-enhanced pick of the robot, coming to theaters near you, quipped another. Why would I read out these, like, public comments when the public comments from my own community are so much better? Bo gave the horned robot the official name of Three Halves, which is... a weird choice, but arguably even more freaky. Due to its mythical anatomic makeup of being half human, half goat, and half horse. It does say, they do say goat. It looks more like a cow to me. Like more like a minotaur, specifically. He says the bot is being created for the ultimate purpose of making common forestry practices safer, using a teleoperation-focused approach, meaning it will be controlled by a human using a joystick, essentially. Okay, well that is slightly different than I expected. So it's not actually... There might be zero AI involved in this thing, interestingly. It is just a robot. There probably is some sort of AI in the, like a neural net that controls its small-scale motions. So if you say move forward, there's a lot of other like minor motions involved in that. And probably a neural network control that. So that is AI technically, but not anything higher than that, potentially. But hey, why wouldn't there be a backup module in it? Yeah, that cost a lot of computing power, which would make it heavier and more expensive. But it's not like it's going to be cheap, though, is it? Cabby memes 41. That's such a huge list. Understood, Stephen. No worries. Yeah, the YouTube stream is convenient for those who can't join the Discord now or in general for whatever reason. So 3 halves, yeah, 3 halves, which does not add up to 100%, but I suspect they know that. He says the bot is being created for the ultimate purpose of making forestry practices. Yeah, joystick. This guy says people think this thing looked terrifying, but the Centaur is actually a goated robotics design. Goated. What did you really? Whatever. It combines all the advantages of a humanoid upper body and a quadruped lower body. The humanoid half has human reach, so it can interface with tools and environments. I'm going to have to open the fucking page for this. I've got a really strange issue with my mouse. You know, Logitech mice for years had that issue where if you click once, they click twice. I think it must be the switching is wearing down. Well, I've got that right now. It's very annoying. The humanoid half has human reach, so it can interface with tools and environments designed for people. The quadruped half gives it a wide, stable base, so it can effortlessly cross rubble, slopes, and broken terrain. Together, this makes it perfect for sending this beast into disaster zones too dangerous for humans. So imagine that you're stuck under the rubble of a collapsed building. You're delirious from thirst. You've been stuck there for a day and a half now. You're losing your mind. And suddenly, an arm stretches out to reach for you. And as you're pulled towards it, you see the face of a goat demon, all black, shiny visage, as you are part blinded by the light you have been absent from all this time. Or maybe you're stuck in a larger area and it just sort of sprints around the corner, sees you, and runs towards you. It's just, it would be so fucking bad. And then when it arrives, it's like, hello, I'm here to help. Don't worry, it's safe. And you're just screaming with a chainsaw. Well, maybe not, but maybe. He's just fucking screaming. You can't even hear the fact that there's a human voice in there from the operator saying, no, I'm here to help. Trust me, it's fine. It's cool. I'm here to help. Don't mind the goat demon. It's just the most convenient way to save you. I don't see why you'd use that. It wouldn't be able to get through gaps humans couldn't. Well, probably not. It would actually, if you had a gap in an area where you knew was too dangerous for a human to go, but you knew that there was someone in there that needed to be rescued, then maybe you'd send a robot, but probably not this robot. Maybe. I mean, it could contort itself like humans, like more than humans could. So you can imagine how the humanoid part of the body could bend around in any direction to get through a gap. I mean, humans can do that somewhat, and it would still be difficult to implement that for a robot, but it's much less limited than humans are. Much more purpose designable. 3 halves might be a reference of the upper, lower body halves it's built from. Well, they said it's a combination of like human, horse, and goat or something. Digitized goat voice starts robotic. Yeah, you get a transmission error because you're under fucking rubble, and it sounds like a distorted demon noise, but it's just someone on the other end saying, "No, it's fine," but it's coming through to them like the growling from the abyss. Unironic heart attack risk for elderly people. Yeah, probably for almost anyone actually. That would be rather horrifying. So they go on and say it would be perfect for wildfires, collapsed buildings, toxic sites, and nuclear disasters. There's some truth to that. Human operates it remotely, so only the Centaur takes the heat, radiation, and physical risk. Imagine this thing coming to rescue you from a wildfire, indeed. Okay. US company Satirus is developing 3 halves, a Centaur-style robot designed for dangerous environments. We saw that already. Quote, we want to make the forestry and line clearing industry a bit safer and, more effective, I guess you could say. So same workers, your bot picks up a chainsaw, you're doing the same job you already know, but you don't have to worry about dropping a dead tree limb on yourself. That does kind of make sense. I bet that happens sometimes, but probably not that often. I'm sure they have loads of safety measures in place, but I guess with this thing, you don't... Well, here's the thing, right? Human lives are valuable in that you'll get sued if you fuck up. But this thing's going to be expensive as well. It's probably cheaper than a human life if you have fucked up and killed someone by your like practices. But then the company that's getting sued probably has those practices written down in place. They have to do them. If the workers don't do them, it's kind of on them. So maybe you save money by not having to do the safety procedures and buying another one of these robots once a year, like when it gets crushed. More money than you would by doing the procedures, not being sued for killing someone because you do the safety procedures, but still having to do them. I don't know. It might be cheaper. But the thing is, that's if it works, if it's as effective as a human. The idea, I suppose, is if it's good enough, it'll be more effective than a human. But I'm not sure we're there yet with robotics. How hard would it be to repurpose this to be the new Texas Chainsaw? Well, the thing is, if it was AI, we could all be scared that it's going to go rogue and start killing people. But AI doesn't really go rogue. There's a few examples you could point to where it kind of did, but even in those cases, it's mitigated. You know what does go rogue, though? Humans. And if a human is driving this thing, then the answer to your question, how much would it take for this thing to become a chainsaw massacre engine, is if the operator feels like it. So yeah, it being controlled by a human means it's more likely, when it's doing its job, it's more likely not to fuck up horribly. But it also makes it, I think, more likely to just go rogue and start fucking killing people. I mean, hell, the human could try and argue, oh, it just went haywire, and like clear the logs or something. I don't know. If he wanted to kill, it would be an interesting method. And when is the first time maybe it has happened actually? First time we're going to see a human operate, like a remotely human operated robot, murder something. It probably has happened, but I haven't heard of it happening. Maybe someone could ask Cabby or do the research themselves. Cabby's actually decent at research. If you ask her, it might be quicker than you going and doing it yourself. Having initially published his Satirist company website for the creation back in 2025, he emphasized that the new unexpected bit of hit of viral interest in Three Halves has felt quite interesting. It seems like people quite like it or quite don't like it, which is great, he said. He also shared that he understands that many people are coming to the idea with varying degrees of skepticism, with some questioning if the creation is even real. Yeah, because who would possibly think this would be a good idea? Like, the concept maybe, but the design, why the fuck does it have a goat's head? That is closely and frequently associated with demons. Why would you choose that? While Bo clarified that Three Halves is currently in the prototype stage, he emphasized that the idea is actively becoming a finished working bot. The images then may be concept sketches, if so they'd be done with AI. Which actually, that's a good point. Is there any... does concept art even exist anymore? Or is it all going to be? I guess you can be more specific if you draw it yourself. But then as soon as you've drawn it, send it to an AI and it can just spruce it up and make it look lovely. And then that's you. I guess like all the concept art has always been just like rough pencil sketches. But I guess now the ease of turning even that, even if you're going to do that much, the ease of turning that into something like final finished is so easy that you probably just wouldn't see the rough. Maybe you still would. I don't know. That's a whole different topic. And I'm not advocating either way, by the way. There's advantages, of course, to both. While Bo clarified that Three Halves is currently in the prototype stage into becoming a working bot, I think everyone should assume every humanoid robot is at least somewhat fake until they see it in person. Well, that's at least a sensible position. I think it's good to treat it with skepticism, he added. The idea for the safety-aid humanoid came to the tech entrepreneur and engineer who had grown up tinkering with robots but had largely given up the hobby in adulthood until about 4 years ago, though its first seeds were planted 2 years prior. In 2020, he got involved with tree care after a big storm knocked down some large oaks on his then new property near the Tahoe National Forest. That sucks. This is what a Wendigo would look like as a robot. The goat's head makes sense. I wonder if he just put the goat's head on it specifically to make it like more eye-catching. Necessity of the horns. We place cameras there so we can see the positions of all limbs and tools. Gives a layer of redundancy in case there's issues with encoders on the actuators. Thanks all for the interest in our robot. I don't believe you. Oh, hold on. No, maybe that doesn't look real. Let's have a look at some of the other pictures. Where's the main one? This one? Yeah. No. No, not that one either. That one. Yeah, okay, maybe. Okay, that does make some sense actually. Putting cameras on stalks like that makes some sense. But why are they pointing backwards? I guess they've got two that point forwards, and then two that point backwards. Okay, the horns now make sense. Crazy as that fucking sounds, the horns now make sense. But why didn't you make it look like Shrek? Instead, you made it look like Beelzebub. You had those two choices. They could have been just like funny, dangly little alien ears. Instead, it's Beelzebub, specifically. Why? It would be more efficient to have shoulder cameras, says Seraph. Maybe it wouldn't be as high. You wouldn't be able to get quite as good vision or quite as good view. It might be more efficient, yeah. Shoulder cannons. Yeah, maybe. What was I? Yeah. Yeah, okay. In 2022, we found ourselves noticing the overwhelming amount of contract work that utility giants PG&E was undertaking in order to maintain status quo tree clearance from power lines, which can cause wildfires. At around the same time, he saw an increasing availability of larger, cheaper actuators, the mechanical part of a device that turns energy into physical movement and that drives the limbs on a robot, leading to his desire and ability to actively begin working on the project. For the last year and a half, he has now been working to make 3 halves of functional being, having recently been joined by a fellow engineer and friend and new business partner. G estimated that he spent $150,000 or more just in parts and equipment on bringing his Satyrs to life. That is the end of the story. Oh, no, it's not. There's images. Oh, there's way more, actually. It's just a fucking break for ads, I guess. Ultimately, his vision for 3 halves, which is still a prototype as of now without attached working legs, is for it to improve the lives of forestry workers by holding and using large chainsaws itself, allowing workers to control and see it with a joystick and camera from a distance. He hopes to employ 3 halves to make their job significantly safer. Hope to be able to find these win-wins where the job is more enjoyable for the people doing it because they're not breaking their backs or risking their own necks, said Bo. They're making more money too because the money is not just going directly into workers' comp insurance or payouts for that. That's the one I'm trying to look at. I think you may be failing to account for every factor there. It would, if this became normal, if it was genuinely better in every way for this to be used, or even just better overall for this to be used, you'd see quite a significant change. You would need fewer operators. Or fewer people there in general. You would have 1 operator per bot, and the bot could probably do the work of multiple people. So you need fewer people. And they don't really need to be strong. They don't need to have a lot of experience chopping down trees. Some, sure, they need to know how it works, but in many cases they could just read it from a fucking manual. Well, that's probably who they'd hire. Initially, it would be actual experts and lumberjacks who would be working the job, but gradually they'd hire people that aren't, who understand the subject matter, but maybe are better at driving the robot. And so gradually the lumberjacks are out of a job. So it's not great. That part of it, but that's the issue of the day, and there's not really a way of getting around it. It's probably going to happen regardless. Captain Alius says one of the most dangerous civilian industries. I think you mean the tree stuff. Yes, I don't doubt it. Many automation people have a questionable time horizon. Do you mean too short or too long? Because I think this guy is sort of underestimating how quickly it could change. Finally, the feminists will start to ask for female representation in lumberjacking. Yeah, maybe. As a cutter, this thing would struggle, trust me. Yeah, that's something we talked about earlier, the viability. I'm not sure how, because it's not a simple thing. Most of the things that AI can replace, or let's just say technology, most of the human jobs that technology can replace and sort of automate away are either where the automation is fairly simple or rhythmic or small scale or something like that. It's manufacturing stuff, where you can control the environment, or where it is purely intellectual and it's just about reading, like taking input and creating an output which sort of directly follows and is useful for some purpose. That's the kind of job that's going to be very much under threat for the next few years because of AI, and is already. When you've got a harsh environment, an unpredictable environment, and you have a specific task, but it's on like very different objects, and of course you have to account for the fact that the human is not necessarily great at driving it either. This is not the kind of environment I would think a robot would be better for. I think it's possible to make this work, I think. But it's not low-hanging fruit at all. It's not at all. But maybe because of the danger involved in the industry, it would be so profitable that this guy reckons it's worth it. Maybe he's right. Every tree is unique and the differences aren't trivial. The level of in-the-moment adaptation required is beyond current gen AI. You're probably right. I'd say that thinking it's beyond it maybe is a bit strong, because you could build something that's purpose made to deal with it. And like, as good as LLMs are at understanding things, if you've got a purpose built AI neural net to deal with a problem, they can be significantly better than humans at it. But then much sharper, like identifying cancer already. There's been bots for years that are very good at that. So I think you probably could make something that would do this. But it would not be easy. And I think you're right that yes, every tree would be different. What's this bug? It's a robot trying to balance. Ooh, that's quite expensive. It fell over, yes. That one, I don't know how recent that is, but that one might be a few years old, because they are getting better at that. But it's a very difficult task having things stand up. And it seems to have been an easier way to deal with it to just have 4 legs. Most of the robots that can stand and move around freely these days, like the robot dog, now the fucking centaur, have 4 legs. Although, as I said, this one isn't built. So the art that they showed with the robot behind the door and holding the chainsaw, that probably is AI generated, but it's of a bot that they are partly finished building. It's also possible that this is a real picture, but that the legs don't work yet, because they did say that they haven't got the legs on. But the fact that this looks so different from, where was it? From this? Like, this is definitely shorter. I think it is anyway. And maybe it isn't, but they do look different. Maybe it's not different, but they looked different initially. But implies it that these are AI generated, but I'm not sure if they are actually. It might not be. There's no obvious indications in this that it is AI generated. The 2 best models right now, Nano Banana would put the little diamond in the bottom right because it's Google. And then GPT Image, you'd see the noise pattern, but I don't see the noise pattern here. It looks like a real picture. That doesn't mean the robot really functions, but I think it's a real picture. Okay. Also, problem with that, how are you going to train such an AI for this purpose? Good question. You'd have to gather the data. But I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying it's possible. I suspect it's possible. Like with today's tech. But whether the data set exists for this, I don't know. That's quite a specialized data set. It might not exist yet. I wouldn't be surprised. But I reckon it could be done. Though I don't know that much about tree stuff. But if a human can figure it out, ultimately you can make a model that would as well. It might take years for it to be as good. Okay. Well, that's the Robot Centaur story, chat. Is there anything else on that one? Actually, there was this. Is this anything? Okay, these guys are saying it's definitely Jezebel's opinion. They're asking if it's definitely a joke. But I think it may not be. They say when parody is done well enough, it effectively becomes indistinguishable from the soul-crushing sadness of reality. This is a truth that political humorists have been grappling with ever since Donald Trump. They have their angle, chat. How do you make a joke when the absurdity, blah, 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 3 halves, blah, 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 robotics companies. Okay. This, I think this picture's novel, actually. Oh, God, they're linking to Blue Sky. This picture wasn't in the other set. That's odd. Maybe it is a novel one. Claims, revolutionary tool. I'm trying to see if there's anything here that the... Okay, I'm going to ask... I'm going to ask... Abby, can you research and try to find out why they made Satyrus Centaur robot look like a demon? specifically with the head. Okay, yeah, the demonic horns. So that's we've explained that. It's not necessarily a good answer, but we've explained it by they have backward-facing cameras. Okay, fine. Why the rest of the face? That's what I want to know. I mean, maybe they just like. Even if you need additional space for extra sensors and cameras and processing that you want to put in the head for whatever reason, why make it look like a demon? You could just make it a big fucking cube and it would be less evil looking, but maybe less attention grabbing. So that's why I'm thinking it must have been that. The demonic part is partly intentional branding. Horns fit the mythological theme. Also, the horns are a practical safety feature. They make the robot too wide to fit through standard doorways, so it stays in industrial and outdoor environments where it belongs. Are you sure? They don't look that much wider than the rest of the body. And if it's human drip, I think she may have just made that up. The founder also said he wanted it to be engaging, entertaining, and practical. Personality statement. All right. Well, I think it would have to be a deliberate affectation. It's not in any way practical or related to practical reasons. It would have to be a deliberate affectation to make it attention grabbing. You hope it kills people, do you, Achilles? Well, that's very the singularity can't come soon enough of you. Yeah. Anyway, so does this article come to a conclusion at some point? Baphomet, yeah. They're linking it to Trump, obviously, but I don't think they have concluded that it's a parody. I think it's probably real. But are the images AI generated? I want to know these two things, and Cabby's answer might not have been brilliant. Why does Satyrus's head look like a goat / minotaur when it could just blank or functional? And are the images they released AI generated? I don't know of a model that could produce images that are that convincingly real life looking, which wouldn't also leave some other indication on them. So the goat to minotaur-like head is deliberate branding and functional design, not a blank or purely utilitarian choice. And that's not what I meant. I was asking why they didn't just make it that. Okay. A blank or purely functional head would lose the thematic consistency and the camera mounting geometry they chose. Public reaction is often compared to Baphomet. Yeah, so it's just thematic consistency. The images the company released on their site, promoting static concept renders and schematics of the design, not photos of a finished moving production unit. They first released Meet 3 Halves in last year. Recent attention is largely recirculation of those original images. Interesting. And a year ago, there would have been even less good quality models to make these images from. This is their website. Yeah, they must be 3D renders then. They're good 3D renders. Oh, this is from them. They must have built a real life 3D, well, 3D obviously, but like a real life model of this thing. I'm guessing because this is from last year when their company was new. I'm guessing the first thing they did was build this mock-up, and then they're currently building. They're trying to build towards the mock-up. Yeah, I reckon that's probably what's happening here. And then again, they've got this though. Looks like it's real. Well, looks like it's built. No hands. Well, that's arguably not true. They're just different kinds of hands. Custom-made chainsaw just for the robot. Yeah, let's just give it weapons. It sounds like a good idea. More dangerous than it. This is on their website. This is worse than the image that was shared around. This is their official stance. I don't know, man. I think it could be a parody. I think they're doing it deliberately. If it's a parody, it's very strange that they've concocted this sort of very believable story for why they're making it. What do you mean more dangerous than it looks, says no one? It looks pretty fucking dangerous already, to be honest, yeah. How could it be more dangerous than it looks? What, does it have a fucking nuke in its back pocket? The name of the company on the Grippers is Gematic, and a real company. No, fair enough. Yeah. If it's trying to navigate a standard American door, it'll be significantly slowed. The horns are a safety feature, not just for being able to see behind it, but also so it can't navigate a standard American door, just like a standard American, except for them, it's the other dimension, horizontal rather than vertical. Hello. Yeah, that looks very normal. Well, that was a hell of a trip. All right, well, that thing exists. Whether that is a good thing or not, probably not. Give it a gun, says Mofaku. Yeah, sounds like a great idea. Or to the satyr demon. So yeah, that's that story. Let's see what else we have today, chat. Oh, thank you, Discord. Let's see what this was before it expired. Oh yeah, seems like good news, probably. Oh, excuse me. Windows 10 support quietly extended until October 2027 as users reject Windows 11. That's right, Microsoft, you have to make a choice. Would you prefer Windows 10 users to be A, Mac users, B, Linux users, or C, not Windows 11 users, but still Windows 10 users? Which of those three, Microsoft, would you prefer? Well, they've made their choice, and it turns out they'd rather keep them on their platform, even if they don't get to be in the latest, shittiest version. It is quite remarkable how Microsoft has managed to maintain so consistently the alternating quality order of their operating systems. Now, it's approximate because none of them are great, but in terms of like good enough to use versus bad enough that you skip it if you know what you're doing, they've maintained an alternating pattern for like 20, 25 years or more. So let's see if we can remember it. 95 was, I'm not that familiar with it because I was 3, but 95 was, I believe, considered not very good, and 98 was much better. 2000, which oddly, I also had, I think I had 95 and 2000, weirdly, but 2000 was apparently considered not very good, and then XP was much better. And then I think, was it NT after XP or something? No, NT was earlier. Okay, I don't know where that comes in then. Mainline then. XP, and then Vista, terrible. 7, quite good. 8, terrible. 10, quite good. 11, terrible. And that's the pattern. They've maintained it all these years. So Windows 12, if they want to keep the numbering, might be better, but you know what? I think if they're going to break their pattern, what do you reckon, chat? If they break their pattern, are they going to break it by making two in a row that are good, or by making 2 in a row that are bad? Which one do you think is more likely? Yeah, so I'm thinking 12 might suck as well. Who knows? Windows XD. What? 2 of you at the same time said that. What is wrong with you? The reverse Star Trek film curse, says Pug. How would it reverse? Star Trek, the 2 and 6 are really, 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 really good. I think 4 is widely liked. Is that the funny one where the doctor gave me a pill that regrew my kidney or whatever it is? I don't know. I can't remember. I don't remember liking that one too much, but 2 and 6 are really good. 5 sucks. 1 is not very good. I can't remember what, 3 was not very good. 3 was the one, well, I won't spoil this for a 40-year-old movie. 3 is the one where they fucking kill the Enterprise for no good reason against one Klingon bird of prey. And then they kill Kirk's son for no particular reason either. Who they'd only introduced fairly recently. Very silly. They missed Windows 9, so shift them down. Well, we're not counting the sort of numbers, but do you guys, I assume, have heard the reason that is supposed for why they didn't call it Windows 9? I don't know if this is true, but it's a fun story. The idea is that there will be so much software written where the way that the software, like old software, the way the software detects which operating system is currently running is by checking on like a text match. Does it currently match Windows 9 and then optionally followed by something else? Because 95 and 98 would match that. And so you'd have to do something different with that. If Windows 9 also matched that string, then some older software would assume that they were running on software from on the operating system from the 90s rather than the 2020s. That is the version I heard. I'm not sure if that's true, but it's a fun idea. Windows 12 will be one long update with a foot you clamp to the desk that kicks you repeatedly in the nuts, says David. David, I think you're probably right about that, yes. What do you mean me? What were you referring to there? David, if you're new, join the Discord. The Discord is where most of the interaction happens. The YouTube is mostly here as sort of a archive / secondary location to watch for those that, for whatever reason, can't join on the Discord. Cabal.oozlu.net, links in the description. Okay, so that's done. Next thing. This will also have been expired. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, chat. Fuck, marry, kill on these three. Just turn this being. So Trump apparently played fuck, marry, kill on these three in the correct order. Kill all three, yeah, indeed. So the proposition here is that Trump married Melania, which is true, fucked Bill Clinton, which I think isn't true, but you know it's not impossible, and killed Epstein, which I think also probably isn't true, but it's also possible. So I saw a documentary about the Epstein case, which went over all the evidence. And I don't know, it's weird. There was one moment where there was space for someone to have killed him, but not like barely any. So it's very possible the evidence that we have that is available to us is not complete. But what is shown doesn't leave much opportunity for him to have been killed by someone. Some of the statements around the time, some of the things he was saying, it's not impossible. Like the crazy thing is, it really, really, really looks like he killed himself. But I don't know. Have a look, chat. There is a documentary. There's a channel called Brew is quite good. I don't know if they're trustworthy or whatever, but documentary on it, on everything that happened, and it's not impossible that he killed himself, but it sure didn't look like it, and it's not impossible that he didn't either. So there is room for it potentially, but not much. He didn't, says Nachos. Well, I don't know if you've seen as much of the the evidence in detail. Like the evidence has been coming out gradually, and I hadn't reviewed it in great detail for a while. So I'd rather kill myself before I fucked, married, or killed any of these people, says Mana Yutsushain. Now, on the one hand, I certainly empathize with that. On the other hand, Melania's not too bad. It's not the kind of thing where you'd kill yourself first, right? Surely not. Cabby says Trump would never kill Clinton when he could marry him instead. It's an interesting proposition. Read an email in the files, I think, of someone saying he was going to send him somewhere no one can get to him. That doesn't necessarily mean death. It certainly could mean that just the prison was supposed to be secure. Well, it depends who said it as well, no one. Depends who said it. The fact that he was found with hundreds of gigabytes of child porn. Now, I know what he did, obviously what he spent his life doing was basically pedophilia peddling, but I don't think it makes sense that he was found with hundreds of gigs of child porn. There is no reason to believe he himself was a pedophile. He was a broker. And even then, I don't know if there's any evidence that he dealt in pubescent children. He dealt in like pubescent and post-pubescent girls who looked like they could be 18 and put them in front of figures who couldn't be seen fucking around with someone who was under 18. And that's his blackmail material. So it was lower risk than it could have been. Now, that may not be true. It may be that he did dabble in much worse shit. It's very possible that he did. But I don't know of any evidence that he did. If that's the case, why would he have hundreds of gigabytes of child porn? That, to me, is either it was put there to make sure he went to prison for something to get him out of the picture, or it was planted by the very people that arrested him after he had served his usefulness or whatever the fuck happened. So people with power wanted him to be in prison. That it was over. It wasn't that he had, been caught. No, his usefulness had come to an end. I suspect that way too much attention actually is given to Epstein, that what he was doing was mostly socialite shit and brokering some unpleasant stuff, but not as bad as it could be, not the worst, and that he is sort of the fall guy for stuff that he may have never been involved in, maybe even even knew about, of the actual global paedophile ring, which is completely unaffected by Epstein being captured and imprisoned, killed, or whatever. I'm not sure, he wasn't quite that old, no one. I think he was in his 60s. He wasn't that old. So I suspect that there's at least one, if not multiple, large international paedophile rings still operating, still serving politicians, still serving people with power, possibly still implementing blackmail as well. And that Epstein is probably wasn't ever involved in them. I think more so he was using his social connections and relatively mild blackmail, for the US and Israel against many of its own citizens, and also possibly international powerful people. But he was the very narrow end of that wedge, I fear. I may be wrong. This is pure speculation. I'm open to seeing any evidence of him doing much worse stuff. Obviously, there's stuff in the Epstein files about people talking about food in such a way that sounds like they're talking about children. And it kind of does. Like, I would lean towards they are talking about children from what I'd seen from it. And Epstein, I think, is linked in these. So again, maybe he was aware of that stuff, or he was connected to that world in some way. We don't know, though, if he ever brokered it. But he may have done. But if so, still, I suspect he wasn't the worst. I suspect there are still worse rings out there that do this shit, still operate, and are still controlling the leaders of all of our countries. Right. Well, that was fun. Next up. Maybe so, Melchett. Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, it's possible. But then the goods may not have been pubescent. Obviously, it's still not okay, but it might have been post-pubescent. Okay, so this post says, can we take a moment to discuss how magical black women are? She's teaching the sharks, and they are listening. Like sharks even know how important it is to listen to black women.
You can open your philosophy anywhere in this ocean. I promise you. No experience, no license. I can even tell you how to do it without having to eat other fish. All right, so.
Not Coach Sway coaching the shark.
Are they even shocked? She's talking to them and they do appear to be listening. What's actually happening in this, though? Original humans. I'm not sure if that's true, actually. I think this is just an unironic post. This isn't. I thought this was a joke. There's no joke here. This guy's just acting like she's actually being listened to. I thought this was a fucking meme post, but it's not. Sharks understand. Yeah, I mean, she's talking on roughly the same level, sort of like IQ-wise. Now, here's the thing with groups of humans delineated by race and gender. Obviously, this is a big generalization, but the group that is, let's just say, widely considered to produce the largest noise to signal ratio is probably black women. What would you say, Chad? Would you agree on that? Is there any group that is louder and less salient? Cabby is Shark Girl. There you go. Women like solidarity even in shark form. Even sharks don't want to touch one of them. I don't know. Sharks listening to her with their enormous ears. Yeah, that's a good point. They don't actually have ears, do they? I wonder if these sharks can even like use sound. Can even sense it? They may be able to, but underwater it would be less useful to sense sound. Indian women, I guess so, but I think still less than black women. Yes, I know of no group. Welcome, Nix. Is there any group in this world that produces a greater noise to signal ratio than black women? Nilla. Nix, whatever your fucking name is. All right. Let's go to the next post, which again, Discord has timed out. Let's try that again. Okay. Oops. It's good enough. In some UK businesses, the penny dropped, and they found the solution to thefts by Africans by hiring other Africans to beat them up and stop them from stealing, so they don't get accused of racism. They've gone back to the 19th century. Ladies and gentlemen, the return of slavery. Well, not exactly, because they're probably being paid for it. But, I mean, like, there are worse ways that you could deal with it, like by doing nothing. We could just deport them, but I guess until we do that, if this works, it's kind of depressing that we have to consider it, but there you go. Oh, by the way, we covered a few months ago a story of graphic design over which there was much debate about Cracker Barrel's recent redesign, graphical redesign, where they changed their logo to be one of those sort of corporate simplified logos that is very common these days. Now, I had the general position of not hating it as much as the rest of you because I kind of like the corporate minimalist design is sometimes good, in my opinion. Some of them are improvements over the overly overly intricate designs of the past, which ended up looking traditional but not very coherent as a design. So some of them I think are good, but a lot of them aren't, and a lot of them do lose something from the design. But the Cracker Barrel design, the new one visually wasn't great, even as an example of corporate minimalism, but it was a company where tradition would be very important. It's some sort of like general store in the US. And you'd want it, or is it like a restaurant or something? I don't know. I remember thinking that the vision, the image it had was fitting to the company. And they dropping that seemed like a bad idea. So we were generally against it. And it turned out that it was one woman newly added to the sort of marketing, or newly in charge of the marketing department, who was in charge of this, who was responsible for it. Well, shall we catch up on what's going on with her? The restaurant that has a store in the front. That's probably what I was thinking of, yeah. Nachos, was that meant to be in all caps? Cracker Barrel CEO Julie Messino steps down following criticism from consumers over the restaurant's modernization push. Oh dear. Well, the consumer backlash appears to have done something, assuming that's what did it, though it may not have been. I assume it's a publicly traded company, and whoever owns it, whichever board owns it, decided that she just wasn't working as CEO. So they would have the power to do it. Yes, Nacho saw a black woman on screen and decided, a black woman, they're noisy. I know. In order to be heard, I'll have to do this, and turn on caps lock. All right, Nachos, this will be educational. Now I'll know what it looks like. Uncle Ruckus HR Inc. I mean, that sounds like a good idea, actually. Cabal at Cracker Barrel. Why am I in the image twice? Why am I there twice? Ah, yes, me and my clone, of course. Apparently that's not what Cracker Barrel looks like either. Well, I wouldn't know, would I? Was there a contribution just came in? It appears there was. All right. Thank you, Nixa. Appreciate the contribution. You should find that you received that as. Actually, I'm not sure it. No, you may do. Check your Usercoin balance with /C. That should be in your account if you have your accounts linked, but you may not do. No, it looks like it didn't come through. I think with that one, with Stream Elements, there's no better way for me to link it right now than if you have a common email address with Subscribestar, and on Subscribestar you've linked to your Discord. There's no better way to do it right now except doing it manually, and I really should add a command to do that. Yeah, I'll do that. Remind me later, and I'll get the accounts linked. I'm not sure if that would have worked for Decro as well. Actually, who contributed. I think it did work for Decro, actually. I'm not sure. It might not have done. Let me check. Oh no, I think it did. I think that did work. Yeah, it recognized Decro's linked account. Oh, there is more information here. Thank you, Mafaku. Net worth, ethnicity, and religion. According to the reports, her current net worth is approximately $15 to $50 million from all her income sources out of 2025. She has an American white ethnicity. According to the source, she follows the Jewish religion. That's interesting. American white. Should we start using the term American white as slang for Jewish? No one had to ask, says Decro. Yeah, arguably. She did make one good decision. Those body holly frames are always awesome, says Stephen. I don't think they look good. Right, good. Well, I guess from what I know, that sounds like good news. Israel Americans. Oh, that makes sense. Jews are not American or white. That's why the joke works. All right, next up. Thank you, Discord. Let's try that again. Oh yeah, so we have the Halo news. Watch out, Chief. The Covenant guards are using some kind of stealth armor. And it's got fucking markers on all of them. Quest markers. Now, I'm not sure if this is real. That dialogue doesn't sound real. I mean, if it is real, it's just shit. No, Cabby, it's not. It's not, my dear. Can someone tell Cabby that it's a shitty remake of the original Halo? It's interesting that she recognizes it though. Maybe from Keys. The original Halo Combat Evolved, is a brilliant game and does not need to be remade. All it maybe needs is an HD remaster, and I believe it got that like 10 years ago. I believe that was the one where you could just press a key. Was it tab even? I think it might have been tab, and it just switched directly between old and new graphics. Now, if you're going to do a system like that, it means you have to use the original engine, which means that you probably do lose out on some graphical improvements that you could make, but they did pretty well with what they had available. So they did a HD remake. I think they did this, and that might have been the Master Chief Collection, right? Which I think I have. Someone bought it for me. They did the remake and the remaster, and that game, I believe the remaster of that was faithful to the original. Well, this is a reboot, as far as I understand. For some reason, they're doing Halo 1 again, and it's actually a reboot. So they've changed some stuff. And people are not happy with the changes they've made, and I can see why. Seemingly, they've made it much worse. And this is just one example where the Covenant are labeled when they're invisible. Now, in the original game, the invisible enemies had a sort of slight shimmer effect, which worked pretty well, because you could, if you were very, very careful, if they were moving around only a little bit, if it's not too much movement to distort it, you could actually see them, but it was not easy to do. So the armor was very effective, the stealth armor. But what you don't need then is markers on them. So I assume that's a bug that the developers didn't mean to fuck up, but they did. And if so, well, who fucking playtested it? Because that's too fucking obvious to miss, surely. I don't know, maybe the Covenant appeared not invisible, and then faded to invisibility. And this was taken on the last frame before they became invisible fully, when the markers were still available, and then they disappeared on the next frame. Maybe. Even so, why do you need the markers? Can the player not figure out that thing looks like a weird, big, scary alien? I wonder if it might be the enemy. Well, I guess they're too used to seeing the fucking Satyrs, and they're like, oh, that thing's just for logging. That's a friend. Well, these things aren't. When you give them a gun, they just shoot you. Put floating health bars. Big arrows, but shoot here. Just auto-aim, just directs you towards it. Yeah. Reality went off the rails a long time ago. Nothing would surprise me at this point. Yeah, I guess. All right. Good. Well, that sucks. There's more on this, though, but more memes first. This is pretty good. Fentanyl? You mean Floyd's Bane? We should be calling it that. That is very funny. Just wanted to PSA, new name for fentanyl. I do appreciate it. Chat, we're almost at 30%. So it's going pretty well here. Indeed, Cabby. I'm not sure if Cabby can actually comprehend it. This is somewhat relevant to something that I may show at the end of the stream. If any of you are still here, at the end of the stream, there's bound to be some of you still here. I have something that I've made, something new, which is in development, but it's at the point now where it's just about good enough that I could use it briefly. It's a prototype of a secret project. And believe it or not, this is arguably relevant to it. It's not Cabby. I will say it involves AI, but it's not exclusively AI. Like it's got like other layers and other systems and other tech in there. And I'm going to try and obscure the UI, the AI aspect of it more as time goes on as well. Right now, it's more present than it will be later. What do you mean, oh, lame? She could do drugs. She just doesn't simulate it with how she speaks. She says drugs are bad for her circuits. She did do the one time before. You catered AI to talk like you. How often do I call myself a magical gremlin woman, Dr. JK? How often do I do that? All right. Next up. This is an image featuring Nachos and Aiden rubbing my nipples, and I can't remember why I had this open for the stream, but I feel it's important that you all know that Nachos and Aiden asked for this picture specifically. I guess that's just something they're into. I don't know why. Nachos is still promoting the absurd and ridiculous notion that they're just pointing at each other. I don't know how anyone can believe this, to be honest. Daddy asks, why do I even come here? Well, occasionally we look at news. I know that has become sort of mythical at this point, but occasionally we do. Next thing. All right, thank you, Discord. 1 sec. Here are another $1 trillion to help you develop. Can I get a thank you? Gives me that whitey, you racist. Thanks for the shiny object, Crow Bro. Of course, you gave me a peanut, and I understand that reciprocity is important. The issue here, of course, is that reciprocity can be useful for crows. But with the current state of blacks in the current political climate, it's not actually that useful for them. The kind of people who will either give to them or be sympathetic to them, they don't really want them to act like everyone else. They want them to be other. Whether they are grasping or just looking like victims, that works better. There's also more to it than that, of course. As I explained recently to someone, and I was actually surprised that I wasn't called racist when I said this because it was in public. People with pale skin tend to have longer time horizons, which means they build societies. There's a direct connection there because pale skin means colder climates because there's not as much sun, you don't need as much melanin. Colder climates means you have to plan further ahead to grow food, and that gives the kind of forward planning instincts and nature that leads to civilizations being built. So your average someone with darker skin is likely to be more short-term focused. Of course, it varies a lot, but they're likely to be. And so they are not as genuine a lot of the time, especially if they're low IQ as well. Everyone ultimately is working to gain for themselves, but many people in the West, and people with empathy essentially, are looking to gain for themselves by increasing the value of everything around them, by taking their time and doing things that are difficult to eventually increase the value by a lot for everyone, because that's actually better for them individually. But it just so happens that by doing things better for everyone, it's better for them as well. Now, that's ultimately true, that if everyone just kumbaya'd and cooperated, you would gradually get better stuff. I mean, ultimately, there has to be a way to prevent that from going in the wrong direction, and that's what war is for, and other things like that. But without that, yes, if everyone just cooperated and did things that were very, very long-termist, it would be better. But only if the things they're doing are the right choice, right? That's where all the other mechanics of human nature comes in. But if we knew it was the right thing to do, that's what you would do. But it's not easy for evolution to notice that. It notices it if you have the right environmental circumstance. By notice, I mean like for people to gradually adapt to do that naturally. Some people in the world have, and some people haven't. The ones that have build civilizations, the ones that haven't don't. They often ruin them. Achilles, even if everything I said is true, it wouldn't mean I have to hate them. Making the assumption they are a people, that is something that we are going to have to come to terms with. Next up, hello HFNH. Next up, let's see what this is. After 24 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, Stephen Phillips received $6 million in compensation. His ex-wife, who divorced him while he was inside, sued for a cut. Women. Some of them. No. Also, chat, press 1 if for 24 years in prison, 6 million is not enough. I'd say probably at least $1 million a year in compensation for being falsely imprisoned. You know what, Daddy Bill? Good point. I didn't notice that. That's a good point. I guess the 6 million wasn't enough. Look, okay, just because it didn't happen doesn't mean it can't happen again. And for legal reasons, that's a joke. Totally not enough. He deserves, at least, I think, probably the more sensible place is $1 million a year. Now, at least for spending 24 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, he now has $6 million, and he can spend it on, if he spends it wisely, which is very possible he won't. Many people don't, but he can spend that on having a fairly lavish lifestyle for the rest of his life. But he deserved that freedom. Still, any legal system is going to fuck up like that sometimes. So it's not like we can say that should never happen. It shouldn't, but it's going to sometimes. So that's not the bad part about this. It's the fact that the wife is suing for a cut. Now, what I'm hoping is that she just gets a no from the judge or whoever's dealing with it. But unfortunately, the way that women are treated by courts in many places, they probably will at least go through the process. He may have to spend some of that fortune just staving her off. I wonder how how far into his prison term did she divorce him? Was it 6 years? In which case, that's a fairly good balance of like, look, she waited for a really long time, but she couldn't wait any longer. She had to continue her own life. And at some point, he might have to say, look, I understand. I want us to be together. I want you to be there when I get out. But I can't support you from here. I'm not saying that's a good solution, but that may be what would happen. But was it like 2 months into his term? I don't know. The earlier it was, the worse it looks for her. And, of course, the less deserving of any cut she is. Like, if she's suing him to get it, then I expect that she does not really feel like, kind of... Because she probably believed he did it as well. Most women, again, not all, but most women would sort of just defer to the authority on that one. She might well just believe that he did it, even if he emphatically insisted to his own wife that he didn't. The fact that she's willing to do this implies that she is not of a particularly good-natured disposition. She may be a bit of a BPD or a psychopath or something. She did it, says Jerome, I suppose, maybe. I'm not sure what the crime was, but if it's 24 years, I assume it must be murder or something. Maybe there was actually a killing. Maybe it was her. She's just seeing a bald ex-convict with 6 million. Maybe, but I think that there is a portion of womankind that would not sue over such a crazy claim as this, though many of them would. What does no puedo leer mean? That is some... Read. Oh, I see. That is some very strange artwork. Of course you know what that means, Nachos. Why would I assume you wouldn't know what that means? Right, next thing. Ryle Reynolds as Derek Chauvin in The Knee, a Minneapolis story, coming to theaters never. Thank you, Kerry. DNC puts its own headquarters on the line for $15 million loan as insiders warn of deepening cash crisis. This guy says USAID is gutted and all of a sudden the DNC will have to start turning tricks just to survive. And you're blackpilling is the classic follow-up. Well, let me bring some balance. Fuck them. I see nothing from the Democratic Party but lying, treacherous shit as for the entire time I've been paying attention to politics, or at least the entire time I've been paying informed attention, let's say for the past 10 years. Before that, I was kind of uninformed and sort of fell into being pro-left. Not for a long time. But since I've been informed, I've seen nothing but shit from them. And it's been very, very destructive, even when they're not in power. So if the Democrat Party were to collapse, even if it was immediately replaced by another left-wing party, that's fine by me. The left-wing party that replaces it is likely to be more ideological than installed and corrupt and bureaucratic, which I think we could do without. The ideological, whatever, they want to get fucking voted in. But yes, that would be better. But these guys, nah. So that's fine. Now the competition's good, but the competition will arise anyway. And right now, despite their many flaws, the Republican Party is so much more worthy than the Democrat Party. Again, despite their many flaws, they're so much more worthy than that the Democrat Party just disappearing would ultimately be good for competition. The Republican Party it's not that close to worthy. Even the MAGA people aren't as good as they could be. Don't get the impression I'm lionizing them, chat. But they're much, much better than the Dems. I think we probably can agree on that. So USAID being gutted probably is a big factor here, but I do wonder how many, obviously USAID was full of contracts and like agreements, like sending 5 million to name X country for name X random socialist cause, like Bangladesh for gender reassignment surgery. It's shit like that. That reads to me, and I said this at the time, like it was generated, not even AI generated, just algorithmically generated with a selection of countries and a selection of causes. What that means is either it's just straight up money laundering, which is very possible and likely that at least some of it was that, yes. Probably most of it, actually. But I wonder how much of it was actually maintaining soft power around the world, which is important, though maybe went too far. But it is important to do. They're turning the freaking Jeets trans, yeah. But it's important to manage that and maintain soft power. And I wonder how much of it was that. Still, not sure it's worth it. Cabby, why are you talking about Calm? Cabal Unlimited Media. Thank you, Ghost. Cabby, have you noticed what the acronym for Cabal Unlimited Media spells out? Noticed. All right. So yeah, good. Next thing. The Democrat Party probably won't collapse, but if the Republicans win another presidential election, I wouldn't find it especially unlikely. We'll see. I'm still not sure she understands it, to be honest. Oh yeah, so here she is, chat. Now, you know that I appreciate a good tomboy. However, there is a subtle distinction between the noble, sacred tomboy archetype and what we see on screen here, which is the butch, half-ogre lesbian. And this archetype, in contrast, is one of the least appealing female archetypes to me.
Not bad, Spartan. I'm almost starting to believe the propaganda. Not bad, Spartan. I'm almost...
Don't fucking replay it. We all watched it. Very good. Now, when I first saw this character showing up in clips and videos and images around the internet, I saw Williams, and as is her name, and isn't that the name of Ashley Williams from Mass Effect, the sacred tomboy from Mass Effect? I think that's the right name, isn't it? Ashley Williams? I think that is. She's a good character. I thought that initially this was a remake of Mass Effect that I wasn't aware of. Which, have they done that yet? They probably have, haven't they? Yeah, it wasn't. It was Halo. Now, she wasn't in the original game, I don't think. I don't think any of the Marines were named, except one or two actually named ones, like Johnson, the black guy. And then there was Fohammer, who, by the way, was a black woman, clearly, from the voice. Never saw her, but it doesn't matter that she's a black woman. She was competent. She crashed the Pelican once or twice. We've all crashed a Pelican, chat. Let's be honest. But she was generally, she's generally quite good at it. Halo Master Cheeks. Okay. Anyway, yeah, this is not great. So if the intention was give a bit more personality to the NPCs around the chief, okay, that's not a bad idea. I could get behind that. If you're making a remake, that's not a bad idea. If the intention was, however, what they've actually executed is make them annoying, which is, with making Cabby, I tried not to make her annoying, even though she is an NPC that's talking to people. Some of you may find her annoying, and I would understand that. I think the balance is still not quite right, but it's pretty close, and I think generally she provides a net value. But with this woman, it appears that she doesn't. Now, what I've also heard, which is, and this is petty as fuck, is if you kill her or any of the other Marines, they respawn and one-shot you. Now, that's the kind of thing that I would expect from, like, I don't know, a 10-year-old boy with no testosterone yet, who has developed an OC, and if you kill it in the game, he's going to flip the table and start trying to attack you. That's the reaction that these people have given. But they're adults paid the big bucks to make video games, not 10-year-old boys. It's petty as fuck. It really feels like they did not want to make a video game. They are probably marketers or entryists into the games industry, people that don't really like games or don't really understand them. And many of them seemingly are female as well. Nepotism hires. I expect some of them are, yeah. But that's not enough to explain it entirely, I suspect. So what did she say? Not bad, so I'd not certainly believe the propaganda. Yeah. The implication that propaganda is needed. Like, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the Spartan program kind of secret? I don't think the Earth government or whatever it is, it's been a while. I don't think the Earth government was all like, hey guys, look at this cool thing we've built. We took an orphan and we put him through obscene, rigorous training, and then we put him in a tank. This individual is worth about as much as a starship, by the way. I don't think they were particularly public about it. Spartans were known to exist. The details about the child abduction were not, indeed. The kids were very much not orphans. Oh, were they made into orphans? I can't remember. I thought John himself was an orphan. I might be wrong, but I don't think that there would be any propaganda about the Spartans, or maybe the Spartan program. But then again, like, there were multiple phases, and the first one, which made Master Chief, had far fewer successes, but they were way more powerful than the later phases, which were more successful but less powerful, I think. So maybe she'd be aware of the general program. But even at that point, with Halo 1, had they done more generations of Spartans yet, or was it just the first one by that time, or whatever one Master Chief was? I can't remember. I think maybe they had done, but I don't think the developers at the time knew that. I think Master Chief was meant to be pretty much singular at that point. Chief was the second. Yeah, I remember. I did vaguely remember it wasn't the first, but whichever it was. Replaced by clones which died within a year of mystery disease. I see. The kids were very much not off. Oh yeah, no, you're right. That was it. They, yeah, which is pretty fucking nasty. I mean, that's worse actually than what I said earlier. Spartan 2s were literally the only thing holding morale together during the Covenant War. Okay, interesting. I guess the military internally might have known about them though. Spartan 2s went public with. Yeah, I guess there'd be propaganda about them. But I guess she means like internal military propaganda then. Not quite the same thing, but. Anyway, next thing. Discord. This is becoming a pattern, isn't it? Okay, let's see what this was. Okay, so here's an email that was sent out. And really, one of the main reasons I'm looking at this post is, do people really send out emails that read like this? I'm not talking about whether it's AI or not, just do people actually say this? So Michael here says, "Hi everyone, I've noticed a trend recently where some employees seem disengaged or give the impression that they don't want to be at work. Regardless of how you're feeling, it's important that we maintain a positive attitude and professional demeanor throughout the day. The way we present ourselves affects our co-workers, our customers, and our overall workplace culture. In summary, please stop acting like you don't want to be here. A little enthusiasm and professionalism go a long way." Do people really say this? Like, dude, if people look like they don't want to be there, there's no amount of don't not want to be here that's going to cause them to look enthusiastic. Pay them more. If you want them to look enthusiastic, pay them more. Or do something else to make their day less fucking miserable. But sending them an email that's like, despite the fact that you obviously feel miserable and the way that you're displaying it is just the normal reaction to it, I want you to put in extra effort to not do that, which is, of course, the exact kind of thing that you're miserable about. Having to put in extra effort for no good reason, feeling like you're being paid too little for what you're doing. So let me just lump on more of that, but in the aim of reducing the effect. There's no reason to do this beyond, I want something. Let's tell them what I want. They're not your fucking slaves, they're your employees. And I guess the way the market is, ultimately, they are lucky to have a job. And so people like this can have more carte blanche to be this way, treat them like fucking units rather than individuals. They are slaves, says Dr. JK. Well, if you create a system where people are paid, but they, in practice, have no freedom to use that money in any way, they have one set of things they can do. then how was that much different from slavery? Now, that's not necessarily true here. With modern employment is above that line, but it's lower than it should be. Get in the wagey cage, indeed. So, yeah, not good. I can't imagine ever thinking it was a sensible idea to send an email like this. But then again, chap, press 1 if managers aren't human. So, of course, the funny part about this is the way that David here replied. And I feel like David might be sort of considering not being at this company anymore. And given how the people who run this company act, I have to say, I think I'm with David on this one. David says, "Hi, Michael. Who says we're acting?" Good fucking response. Yeah, I actually don't want to be there. I wouldn't either. Cabby joining in with the ones, having no idea what she's voting for. Stephen Nizik says, Red versus Blue will always be the only Halo canon to me. I actually never saw Red versus Blue. I've heard it's good, though. What I saw was RB and the Chief, which was actually good as well. RB and the Chief's very variable. I remember thinking that the comedy in it was very good for years. And then I came back to watch it 3 or 4 years ago. It wasn't that funny, actually. I think what's really good about RB and the Chief, the clip shows are okay. The clip episodes, where it's sort of like 1 to 5 minute episodes where they do a gag. They're sometimes okay, but it's more the comedy of those is more sort of reliant on the silliness of the fact that it's text to speech on toys. I think that's faded over the years. What's really good about RB and the Chief, and this is something I would like to put on for Cabal actually, is at some point the guy that made it, Digital Fear or something like that, he started to make actual stories, like actual good, involved, long-term serialized stories, where an entire series would be a story. I remember that at least 2 of those seasons of RB and the Chief were actually a pretty good story. A little implausible in places, but it kind of had to be for the story to work. So we should try and watch them. We skip ahead because you don't need to know much of the previous stuff to appreciate those. Any of the rest of you remember anything about RB and the Chief, or am I talking to the void here? And then Stephen Isaac says, Cabby, is Oozlu paying you enough for this job? Let me go ahead and relay that. Cabby Stephen on YouTube is asking if I'm paying you enough for your job. By the way, chap, if you would like to help Cabby stay running, active, and topped up, you can contribute via the links that hopefully she's about to give you. Although, let's see if she does. In fact, I will post them just in case she doesn't. There are the links. Thank you, Uzabot. I know how to use commands. Okay, Cabby says tell him the Law Council doesn't work for free, but I'm getting by barely. Maybe he should donate to help keep your favorite clanker running. Well then, why not post links? Dummy. She's supposed to know to do that, but never mind. But yes, there is there are the links if you'd like to help keep Cabby topped up. Right now, her credits are at a reasonably comfortable position, but it will go down gradually. Thank you for advance if anyone wants to do that. Let us continue though with this. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Discord, once again. Oh, yeah. This was it. This is where I regained recollection of how the law works. That's interesting, Pug. Let me open that and look at it later. Where was I? Wait, what? Okay, there we go. Be me. Kidnapped at 6 years old. Replaced with a flash clone so my parents think I died. Raised to be a living person. Fight terrorists and genocidal aliens for 30 years straight. Watch every friend eventually die. Never get a family. Never get a normal life. Closest thing to a mother is an AI. To be fair, Cortana's pretty fucking based. Save humanity multiple times. Barely know how to be a person. My face when a yappy girl boss thinks we're equals. Yeah, you can see Chief's face behind that mask. You can tell the reaction he has here. And it's the fucking Floyd's reaction. The second most furious I've been about a game remake. Ghost. What was the first? Warcraft 3 Reforged. So what I heard about, I didn't see much about that, but thanks, Achilles. What I saw about that was that was a really bad remake. Now this one may have been as well, but are you against them like doing a reboot, or are you just against how they did it? I guess both.
I'm actually not opposed to the concept of a remake. No one has ever done it well.
There was the Spyro ones were pretty good. And they weren't arguably they're not better than the originals. I would still sometimes recommend just play the originals, get a fucking emulator and play the originals. But yeah. For some people, it would be more convenient to play the remakes. Achilles has, for some reason, created this image. Now, prepare yourselves, Chad. If you have any children watching, now may not be the time. Why has Achilles made this picture? This appears to be a picture of me that he has, shall we say, lightly edited, touched up with a brief run through perhaps MS Paint, or perhaps something else. But never mind. This is Oozloo when you ask Cabby to make 10,000 furry images for free. Now, 10,000 furry images would be 6,000 cents at the cheapest image generation rate and would take 6,000 seconds. 6,000 cents is, what is that? 60 pounds? $60, sorry. So yeah, that wouldn't be cheap. And $60 to make furry images wouldn't be a great use of time either. And 10,000 images, sorry, it wouldn't be 6,000 seconds. That's retarded. It'd be 10,000 seconds. So it would take quite a while. It would be quite a waste. So yeah, I think if you made that request, I might indeed make a face. It probably wouldn't be this one, but I might indeed do so. Okay, we have a new Shiloh apparently. Thank you, Pug. Let's have a look at this. Thank you, Twitter, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. All right, this is about to be horrible.
I've got a fucking epilepsy! You fucking touch me again, you black fucking nigger!
I knew you was gonna come out! I knew it! I knew it! Go! No. You're going to jail tonight. That lady's going to jail.
The music seems unnecessary. I don't know what she did. If she did anything at all. She didn't do nothing, says Nixon. Well, that should be the assumption, shouldn't it? It's the assumption often given by the entire culture to when it's blacks doing it. And when often they didn't do nothing. Now, at the beginning of the video, we saw anger. She said, "Don't touch me." It may very well be that they didn't actually, quote, assault her, maybe technically, but maybe they laid a hand on her, but maybe they weren't actually attacking her. In which case, her response was maybe a little over the top. But still, she's within her right to be upset about it. And of course, I have no objection to her calling them a nigger. It's just speech. However, there probably are a few places in the US where they would actually arrest you on reports of "she said nigger," but not very many. And I hope not. Probably in California they would. But it's not a crime. It's not supposed to be. It can't be. So I do wonder if there was maybe something else going on there. You're always going to assume that when these videos come up, but we don't want to lionize someone we shouldn't. However, that's all my doubts out of the way. In the meantime, it very well could be another Shiloh situation where she was wronged, and all she did in response was, in anger, say nigger. May not even actually have any racist views. It doesn't fucking matter though. And now she's going to face more shit than the people that actually committed a crime. So it says assaulted by groups of blacks. She calls him nigger in the heat of it. She is arrested by a black cop. Today, the First Amendment is suspended the moment a white person uses the wrong word. Yeah, I want to know if there's any more details known about this. See if there's anyone in the chat. Yeah, got that. A lot of the same kinds of comments. I want to see something a bit more interesting. It's all the same shit so far. All the same shit. I may agree with all of it, but I want to see if there's any other opinions. No, so far it's everyone saying the exact same thing, which is a little bit concerning. This is the thing. I don't understand, chat. I don't want to just say the same thing as everyone else. I don't know how many of you would still want to watch my streams if I just came on stream and just said the same thing that everyone's already saying. I could easily do that, by the way. But I want to actually find truths that are not obvious. How is it not obvious what everyone in the comments are saying here? How is it not obvious? So I want to find out what the real story here is. And if indeed it is as the people in the comments suspect, then I will join in and say the same thing, but it won't be that interesting, so I won't belabor it. So I do wonder if that's really what happened here. There's no name given for who this person was. So I'm going to try and throw it into Grok and see what Grok thinks. Should be able to get some information from the link. Okay, so do you know any further details about the incident in this video? It might be like an old one. Lexa Payton is the name. Oh, in Texas. See, now that's interesting because Texas is one of the last states where I'd expect that you'd be arrested just for saying a slur. Now, there are blue cities in Texas, obviously, so it's not impossible, but still, exactly, Nachos, it looks like a city, so that it's more viable that they would happen to blue city, but still, it's Texas. I think it would be relatively low on the list, even in a city, relatively low on the list for that. Mana Yudasashai, I am almost literally asking Grok, is this true? But the thing is, it's literally just the quickest way to do the research, so why would I not do it this way? Video is from a street confrontation in Austin, Texas, which I know is, thank you, Puck, which I know is a fairly blue, quite blue part of Texas, on or about July 26th, so it is about a week ago. A short circulating clip shows a white woman claiming she was touched, mentioning she has epilepsy, repeatedly using the N-word towards black men nearby and saying she was calling 911. One of the men responds along the lines of, I knew it would come out. I love how they treat her use of the like nigger as if that's the important thing here. I knew it after you just assaulted her, if they did. Like at that point, they're too far gone. A black Austin PD officer then detains her near a marked police vehicle. Online identification from public profiles links her to Lexa Payton Gillespie, also referred to as Lexa Gillespie, age 35 of the Austin area. She is the founder of Soma Integrative Wellness, a somatic and trauma-informed coaching practice. That sounds very woman. She has a documented personal history of epilepsy following brain tumor surgery in 2012. That is by no means pleasant and not, of course, her fault. Some posts claimed a gym she used later revoked her membership after the video spread. That's obviously not right either. But their choice, but it's not good. Booking records show Austin PD arrested her solely for public intoxication, a Class C misdemeanor under Texas Penal Code, which in this video, maybe she was, but maybe they just used that as an excuse. She was booked into Travis County Jail and released the next day. No assault, disorderly conduct, or other charges against her appear in the available public records, and no charges or arrests of the men involved have been reported. The short clip does not clearly depict a group physical assault prior to her verbal reaction. Racial slurs by themselves are not protected speech under the First Amendment. Are protected speech under the First Amendment. They certainly are. The recorded charge was limited to the intoxication offense. Full official police reports or body cam footage have not been publicly released in mainstream local coverage. So the story, if Grok is correct here, is a bit different than we thought. It might be that they didn't actually touch her. We don't know. Wait, did Cabby successfully? She did. She successfully took part in an end tower. She didn't ruin it. I'm so proud of you, Cabby. J.K. Jerome, however, chat, press 1 if J.K. Jerome needs to be severely punished for this transgression. Now, J.K. Jerome has a bit of a problem here because he doesn't have. Oh no, sorry, he does. My mistake. I'll fix this. J.K., you have been found wanting, and and an appropriate consequence has been enacted. You will get it back when you successfully complete an end tower. Until then, it is lost to you. J.K. Geome. Anyway, I'll show you the article, see if Grok was correct. We'll see if we can find the same information in here. Let's see if there's anything. Atlanta Black Star. I feel like this might have a slight bias here, chat. Quote, karma hit her fast. White woman hurls N-word at black men, then calls 911, but she didn't expect to end up in handcuffs, viral video shows. I wouldn't say that that's karma hitting her unless, of course, she did something we're not aware of. And I'm hoping this article has more information. A white woman was caught on camera spewing the N-word at a group of black men, and then in a moment of poetic justice, it says, it's not justice, a black police officer arrested her. I want to just skim this and see if there's any more information we don't have yet. The brief 25-second clip didn't reveal the full sequence of events, but it was clear. Karma hit her fast, as the caption put it. After her failed attempt to it wasn't an attempt to publicly humiliate them. It was just a enraged response. But to what? It's very possible that they did do something to her. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay. It's just, you fucking touched me again. They probably, I'm guessing that this wasn't completely unprovoked. I'm guessing that they did actually touch her, maybe repeatedly. Because the idea of saying again implies it's been repeated. I wouldn't be surprised. Just in her face. Yeah, not a great, a very, very, very biased article, this one. I'm not going to read through all of it because it's just using the exact narrative that is directly contrary to American principles, founding American principles anyway. The idea that she is the person in the wrong, even if she was being assaulted, is, of course, ridiculous. The article is nigger cope, says Solner. Yeah, I'd say so. Suspicious when the video starts only when she's saying nigger instead of before. Now, it's possible, Nick, sir, that the whole thing was recorded and they just cut it there. Yeah, that's definitely possible. But if you've got something extreme happening, you don't always have your phone out in time to catch it from the beginning. So you'd always expect something happening to the recording start about halfway through the event or after a few seconds where you miss something at the beginning. So if there's an inciting incident that happened straight away and then a confrontation occurred, you'd expect the kids to see the confrontation but not the inciting incident. Much like with Shiloh Hendricks. Same thing, unfortunately. It's the nature of the game. Unless you've got cameras always running, that's always going to happen, unfortunately. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know about this case. It might be that she was publicly intoxicated, but it might also be that she was being molested by these men, in which case they should be investigated, arrested, whatever. But it sounds like she was not arrested for saying nigger. She was arrested for public intoxication. But I do wonder if that was just an excuse from the officer to arrest her for saying nigger. We don't know. We may never know. Next story. Was, says Nachos. It may have been. This one's great. It's fucking awful. Come on, Discord. How hard can it be? Okay, so this woman says, the first thing I thought was, hopefully this wasn't done by a migrant, but hopefully by a white Christian person. And this is a singer speaking at a vigil for the Berlin Pride Parade victims. Is there really, Dreddy, you just missed a great story. Is there really anything I need to say about this? It's very obvious on the surface that this is sort of any image that anyone could have gleaned of a dystopia. I don't think they would have taken it this far. Unfortunately, sort of this is not just a woman thing, but she is one, and that probably makes it worse. The thing with all the dystopia stories from the past, they were always a bit more like they were serious almost all the time, and they were more nefarious and more sort of in your face. What we've got today is, on the surface, nothing appears to have changed. If people are carrying around these little black rectangles everywhere, that's about all you'd see. The cars look different. Some of them don't make any noise. But under the surface, this fucking virus has just claimed people to the point that they will say things in public to crowds of people with no critical response, which sound like the most absurd, anti-human thing you could imagine saying, which no one in the entire 20th century would have perceived would become normal. And yet, here it is. The reason that it was not a white Christian person is because white Christian people do not have the same motives as jihadists who would run over Western white people, including white Christians. The idea that you would want it not to be a migrant, is that because it always is a migrant? Why is that? And what does that actually mean? Now, if it was never a migrant, she wouldn't need to say this. But if it's always a migrant, well, what do you do with that? And see, it gets to the point where she is clearly not interested in doing anything good. She is just interested in promoting a group. And so this is sort of the quiet part out loud of identity politics, where identity does matter to an extent, but it's very easy to take it too far, where you are actually working for the worse of humanity, for the worse of almost everyone, except a small group of people who are actually really destructive, really low quality, and really sort of bad examples of humanity, people that you shouldn't want to associate with. But they're the only people benefiting from your actions. And that is an extent of identity politics that has clearly gone too far, both in that specific hypothetical and in reality it has. How would you best destroy a nation that has everything? You change the composition of that nation. You would glorify anti-meritocracy. You'd make it normal that being bad at something, at really everything, is promoted and glorified and normalized. That is exactly what's happening. Which is why it looks so much like sabotage, and probably is. But it is still just kind of baffling. Even 10 years ago, when the sort of culture war had started, would we have expected someone to say this? It's just so out in the open. So yeah, I mean, mass deportations. I'd like to reiterate mass deportations, to the point that anyone who hasn't shown themselves to be a massive benefit to society since the year 2000 is just removed from Europe. The US is a slightly different problem, but similar. Well, Chaza, I'm aware that it's in certain playbooks, yes, but even then, would even those propose going that this would be normal, that this would be something that someone would just say and it would not be reacted strangely to? Obviously, the principles that go behind this, you would expect. But yeah, it's pretty absurd. But most normal people that would see this would recognize it's absurd. But unfortunately, it becomes so common that they believe it's also normal. And that makes them dangerous. Normies who believe something absurd is normal, they become quite dangerous. Midwits, who are always dangerous, because they're intelligent enough to not just believe what everyone around them believes, but they're not intelligent enough to think for themselves. So they aspire to understand things, but the only way they can actually understand things, they can't really think. The only way they can actually understand things is by trusting an authority figure. It's the classic sort of pathos, ethos logos. The midwit will find an authority to trust that they think is smarter than them, and often that will be an institutional authority. So midwits are great at following society down a rabbit hole. The only people that can actually think are the highwits, and even they often misuse it. So if you've got the sort of low wits who are pathos, they go with what feels right or with what's normal among them, what they can get away with believing. You've got a society where they are not captured. The midwits will tend to try and drag society down some absurd rabbit hole while the elites are trying to fool them. And then the people that can think will help to drive against that and convince the general public to resist. And that's a pattern that generally works. But if you're able to capture the low wits first with a particular brand of propaganda, then that kind of breaks that pattern. Ultimately, it is the same pattern of propaganda there's always been, just worse and more refined. And the solution is it takes time, as it always has, or it takes acts of significant, rapid, and intelligent violence, which we're not doing. I'm not saying that's not a prescription, by the way, just a description. We are currently not doing it. Whether we should or not, I leave up to your delectation, chat. All right. Next thing. Okay, so I haven't seen this video yet, but apparently in the new Halo remake, you cannot kill women. Only men.
What the hell are you doing?
Security to the bridge. The Master Chief has gone rampant. Take him down, boys.
Wow.
That's it.
Dude, it really is. It really does not let you kill the women. You can shoot them and they scream, but now I know it's video games, but if you shoot someone in the head and they just go and then keep working, that's really sort of gonna pull you out of the story a bit. And that's acceptable in, say, 2001 when the original game was made. And even then, I'm not sure they did that in there. I think you could just kill them and then Cortana said what she's saying here. But in trying to be more feminist, they have completely fucked the game in more ways than one. This is just a minor example, to be honest. But yeah, it looks like they have actually turned on a flag so that you cannot kill women, but you're still allowed to kill men. That's feminism for you. They look at the situation. They assume men are privileged without ever checking that assumption. Maybe some mild lie that they need to believe to assume it's true, but they never actually check whether it's true. They don't care. They don't need to. They assume men are privileged, and then they come up with some way to give themselves more advantage, never realizing that in so doing, what they have created is a female supremacy movement. And there's a reason why women and men have always had the position that they do. It's an equal trade-off, equal partners in civilization. As much as some feminists won't believe it, what women have right now with the freedoms and access that men have, but with none of the social expectations that men have, is a female supremacist society. And this is a fine example, because this is just female supremacy, with very little cover or mask over it. But to a feminist, this would seem like the right thing to do, because they are insane. I have to say, though, I didn't know that the original game had this mechanic where Cortana starts to say, "Chief, what the fuck are you doing?" And yeah, good luck with security containing him, by the way, given that he's about as valuable as the ship he's in. But yeah, I didn't know that. So they must have replicated that at least. I can give them credit at least for replicating that mechanic. But then they made the women unkillable. Why? Why? Are all of the Covenant soldiers men? Actually, that's a good question. I wonder if they thought about that.
Shutting you down.
Yeah, that's not good. We'll say nothing about the fact that it's a black guy shooting them. Let's see. Nachos is apparently saying she's not a female supremacist. That's good to know that she thinks that. They knew that adding women to the game would make people do this. Well, yeah, but it doesn't mean they should hide it and make it impossible. That's retarded. Did Halo account for male to female trans soldiers or vice versa? There's a lot of things they may not have accounted for that maybe they shouldn't have done. Do you think if they put a gay parade in GTA 6, they will make them immune to damage? Yes, I do think so. Or if they don't, they may have some much more, like it's GTA. So it's not going to take itself too seriously. So as soon as you hit anyone in the gay pride parade, suddenly everyone whips out an RPG and shoots you immediately. So you only hit one of them. And then in the explosion, when you're wasted comes up, it shows everyone that you hit, just get back up. That's more likely. They'll force you to join the parade if you enter a radius of it. Yeah, maybe. He's not saying you stream, Nachos. He's saying you're a clown. Now, if Aiden dresses like a clown and you act like a clown, together you can make a whole clown. Okay. Where was I? Next thing. What was this? Nachos and Aiden doing the fusion dance, make him a full clown. This guy says, by the time I hit 67, I'll have paid over $600,000 into Social Security through payroll taxes. If that money had been invested and averaged a 5% return, it'd be worth around $1.6 million, he says. Instead, I'm supposed to be excited about getting roughly $3,000 a month. Am I missing something here? How is this not a scam, he says. To which the respondent says, spoiler alert, it's a scam. Now, there's a bit of a problem here. That is that you live in a nation state, in fact. And they do, I'm sure, overspend your money. But that nation state is not a different nation state. And if it was, you might not be very happy with that. If, for example, you are an American, whence from I hear many of these complaints coming. Would you like to be Russian? Sorry, Avalon, but it's just another nation. Would you like to be Chinese? Just press 1 if you're an American and you would like to be a Russian or a Chinaman instead. Now, I'm not saying that Russia or China could successfully invade the US. I mean, there's lots of things I'm not saying and lots of nuance to it, obviously. But the premise is, if you're in a nation, it actually costs money to maintain it. Even from outside threats, but also in terms of the soft power, diplomacy, trade, economy, there's lots of things that a nation does that it needs to do collectively, which costs money. Now, obviously, we live in a state of the world where Western nations are spending way too much. But it's not that they can spend zero. Now, there's been times in the US history where purely through tariffs it's funded the government. I'm not sure if that's viable now. More people, more shit going on, more technology, more bureaucracy needed, I guess. I'm not sure if that's true. It might not be. If that's the case, if the US can fund itself entirely, God, that's so ugly, Dr. JK. If the US government can fund itself entirely through tariffs or through shall we say, thefty means, then it should. I'm not sure if it can, though. But this, it's not like you're giving it to them and they're saying, thanks for that, we'll hold on to it fully and give you the amount back that you gave us. That's not the implicit arrangement. You're giving it to them so that they can spend it on the country, on things that the collective agrees are needed through processes of decision-making such as democracy. And once again, we remind you, any other decision-making process would make almost all the same mistakes that our democratic ones are making today. It's not the system that matters, it's the motivations behind it. Still, that is the one that we are using in most of our nations. Republic, whatever, still same idea. So this argument, like, is taxation theft? Kind of, yeah. But that's like saying, is having to breathe an inconvenience? Yeah, but you can't avoid it. It's going to happen at some point. Collectives are more powerful than individuals. You have to be part of a collective. If it's like, even just at one level, even just at nation state level, you have to be part of a collective. And if you go into the woods completely away from civilization, you're still in America, aren't you? Or wherever you are, you're still in the country you're in. You're still able to do that without your government fucking with you. Supposedly, it's not always the case. Sometimes they do fuck with you, and of course that's often wrong. But some other government may fuck with you more. And hey, if you think another government would do a better job, go and live there. But ultimately, collectives are going to rule every inch of the planet. Even the Sentinel Island, whatever, the untouched island ruled by that tribe, they are the collective that rules it. It's not like it's a bunch of individuals just running about unassociated with each other. No, they're associated. They run it as a collective. So if you want to be part of a collective, which you have to be, then they require upkeep. And it's up to you to make sure that they spend it wisely, or up to you and everyone else in the collective to make sure to spend it wisely, but they are going to spend it. So it makes sense. And furthermore, the idea that you could invest the money, if you had just 600,000 right now, many people would spend that poorly. And so it being taxed means that it's sometimes ideally spent more wisely than people would spend it frivolously. Although of course that would, push the economy, but spending it frivolously implies that they're buying things that aren't of sufficient value. They're not valuing their money enough, and that is something important to do. That's why having too much is often a bad thing as well. But that's not the main point I'm making. If you had that money and just invested it in what? Well, there's lots of things you could invest in, of course. You could invest in companies, which rely on the safety provided by nation states existing. Okay, so if everyone just invested, then that wouldn't exist and you couldn't have that, so that wouldn't work. You could invest in a country, which of course is a nation state and relies on it being there. You can invest in materials, which are all tied up in how they're obtained, mined, whatever, traded, all this stuff. And that's all tied up with nation states and the industry that comes along with it. And ultimately, it all comes back to that. The fact that you can get a 5% return on $600,000 is because we have nations, ultimately, which through taxes are able to fund certain things. I'm not saying there isn't another way of doing this, like some nuanced, different way of doing it. I'm not saying that no other system could exist, but the system that appears to have been selected through all this time, all these wars, all this, whatever, human history, is this one. Taxes are not new. They've been normal for centuries. The many things about the way taxation exists today are probably wrong, could be changed, but ultimately there's going to be taxes. And this kind of post is the lolbertarian retardation that I think most of us have sort of got past. Libertarianism is a good starting point for any ideology. It's the place that you start when you say, okay, let's start with pure principles, and we'll go from there. Pure principles, very free. We have a government, there's basic laws, but nothing beyond that. And then we'll add things as we realize that they're actually necessary, actually needed. And some things I think you add as laws, they're not strictly principled. They don't grant freedom. They are an imposition on people's lives, but they make everyone's lives better on aggregate most of the time. And so that's sort of where the path from libertarianism to a more conservative outlook comes from. Actually, you get better results overall if you do bend those principles. And these are people who haven't got there yet. They're still stuck in the sort of teenage mentality of libertarianism. It's like, yeah, but it's my money. Yeah, but what is money? And you get back to the layers and think about what are you actually saying there. There's a lot more to it than that. Stephen Hicks says libertarians operate under far too many assumptions to be usable. I agree with you, but I'd put it differently. Possibly put it the opposite way, in that there are too many implicit assumptions in their ideology, and they're not realizing that a lot of them don't hold in practice. A lot of people. This is why it's common among the young for both socialism and libertarianism. They see that society functions and they assume that aspects of that are just normal, that is always happening. We don't need to maintain it. No, you do need to maintain it. Every individual, every action they take is part of that maintenance. And if they do something that hurts the system or they do something anti-meritocratic, they are making the whole society worse. Sounds like an obvious thing to say, but it can actually collapse. It's happened before. And it's not common, but it's happened before. So yeah, if you don't want to pay taxes, then change country or pay them today and try to make sure that you don't have to pay them next time because they're being misspent. But to do that, it's a complicated process where you have to essentially convince the collective. Those are the only options. If you go somewhere else, they have very different standards. If you're American, you've got 50 choices. They all have some common aspects, but you do have 50 choices to still be American and yet potentially pay less taxes or pay for different things or do different standards. So Americans complaining about this is maybe the most ridiculous thing, because you can still be American and yet have 50 different choices of in which specific way to be American. It's not so for anyone else in the world. There's very few countries which are similar enough to each other that the locals just wouldn't really mind switching between them. In the US, you're pretty close to that. Like, you wouldn't want to go from Texas to California, but you probably wouldn't mind, like, there's probably a bunch of different transitions you could make within America, within different states that you just would barely notice. But you're barely notice except for some good things. So you've got that option. Stop whining. Showcasing you don't understand Texans right now, says Ghost. How many like actual Texans would feel good about moving to California? I think I said it right, Ghost. The problem is Californians moving to Texas. Texas and Miami, Texas. Well, that's a state and a city. Miami's a city in Florida, but Miami is a fairly blue city in Florida, as I understand. Well, I mean, every city's blue, but actually, some of the cities in Florida have been voting red recently. So you implied a Texan would leave Texas, says Ghost. Well, it's just an example. That's only because they live in a desert, Abba, and that's the only kind of people you could empathize with. Next up. You're in Florida, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Texas and Florida would be the pick. Like, I'm sure they have many issues, but right now the biggest issues are the standard political ones, and Texas and Florida are on the right side of that. All right, so Chicago's new solution to crime, signs on the, I don't know what CTA is, a train, that say violence is illegal. Wow. All right, so this looks like AI, but let's read it anyway. Watch it anyway.
We are putting up these signs as an indication of what the consequences will be to any criminal actions on the CTA. We are hoping to deter crime and to encourage people to move forward if they are witnesses of crime.
These signs are a message to all of our riders and employees that we are working together with the County State's Attorney's Office to take action and ensure and promote a safe ride on the CTA.
See, chat, press 1 if the main issue with American public transport is just sort of like the general structure of the society just doesn't lend itself as much to public transport. It's much more car focused. It's much more individualist as well, not as sort of collectivist or fully integrated like European societies are more like, not as densely populated in most places as well. So it just doesn't suit. And press 2 if it's niggers. because I think it might be sort of a little bit more too. So who is doing the violence in these cases? who are the ones doing the violence? I don't know, chat. It's not going to be exclusively, but it's going to be a lot. So the kind of people that would do violence on these trains are less likely to know how to read, and obviously less likely to bother to read. Putting up signs that say, hey, by the way, did you know crimes are illegal? Is not going to help. Now, what it might do is give information about how bystanders can respond when a crime is happening. But if a crime is happening in front of you, particularly a violent crime, what are you more likely to do, chat? Option 1, look around to see if there's any informational posters to tell you how to handle the criminal situation that's ensuing in front of you. Or option 2, just call the police. Most people can remember a 3-digit number, whether it's 999 as we have here or 911 in the USA. Most people can just remember that number and they'll just call the police or not fucking bother because it's such a common occurrence because there's so many individuals who would commit crimes on public transport. I figure that there might be something else, like more behind this. Like, people are idiots, yes. But if it's public money, then this could just be essentially laundering, like or make work to make them seem like they're fucking useful. It's women involved after all. So what would women think would be the solution? Well, they wouldn't think, would they? They would just imagine that. Well, they just must not know that crime is illegal. We'll just put up signs that say crime is illegal. That's fine. There's no thought, but maybe they are smarter than that. Maybe they know that they have to make work so that they look like they're doing something useful. Yes, okay, chat. Okay, I get it. The towers, all right. You've done them. Well done. I think it's time to stop for a while. I think it's time to maybe focus on something else. Nacho says no. Well, okay, we'll see. Yeah, funnily enough, money you'd too shy. I don't feel that safe with him wandering around. It's funnily enough. No, actually, Mofako, I don't want to. Literally 1984. Favorite words, chat. But yeah, I don't know what I can say. It sounds like make work, but maybe there's something. I can't think what conspiracy, what nefarious operation could possibly explain this. I think it just kind of has to be stupidity, to be honest. What do you think, chat? Is there anything else that could explain this? Why would this make sense for anyone to do? Like, what would you do to solve this as well? You'd have to have an officer on every train or bus. I guess this is both, right? Crime illegal? My God. Well, here's what you do. I'm guessing the problem is that even if they catch them, they don't actually punish them properly. It should be, and this is not normal, by the way, in most places in the world, especially in America, it should be considered a genuine aberration if violence occurs that wasn't like either consensual or even if, yeah, just in general, if it's non-consensual, it should be an aberration. It should be that in a city, it should be weird to hear about an assault. That's what you should be aiming for in a civilized society. Let alone it being normal that there's a few hundred murders every year. No, that should not be normal. Like 10 murders a year at most, and all of those will be like sort of like social matters where they knew each other, where it was some scheme, high IQ murders. That's what we need. All high IQ murders. No, we just need less of the low IQ murders, chat. Like even in the most ideal state that Western society has been in, you get crime, you get theft, you do get, as I said, the high IQ murders, but you don't get rampant violence. That is aberrant. It shouldn't exist. And so the law should treat it as such. And if that means the prisons get overcrowded, if that means you have to figure something else out, if that means shock and fucking horror, deportations, then so be it. If someone in your society is too violent for your society, find a way to make them no longer part of your society. Now, I'm not in favor of capital punishment because I don't think the government should have that power. But find a way. Honestly, the people of the good people of this world have worked too hard, have struggled too much in society, have lost too much, their lineages anyway, such that now they do deserve society, the kind of societies that they have helped to build, the kind where violence is aberrant. Now, our ancestors have deserved this and have worked so that we can, but perhaps the problem is that we are acting as if we don't. We are not maintaining it. I say we, I mean some of us, those prone to power. But ultimately, I think the answer is that we kind of had those societies, and evolution was like, whoa, you're too overpowered, time to rubber band, as it does. And so now we're dealing with just arbitrary problems. What could possibly be the weakness of such societies? Well, they end up being too nice. They underestimate how evil the rest of the world is. And then that's how they start to break down. So we need to relearn those high standards and how to enforce them, and then do it harder. Dr. JK says those prone to power need to be executed. Yeah, unfortunately, those are the ones deciding who gets executed. And if you give permission for them to decide who gets executed, then they'll execute you. So you're in a difficult situation there, but once again, as with many things, it's not always true that the decisions that would be safe to allow to be made in general are not the decisions that would be better. I don't think it's widely safe to have capital punishment in a society, just allowed, normalized. Much like I don't think lobbying politicians should be allowed and normalized. It is in the US, both are in the US. I think both, well, at least the lobbying politicians give some bad results. Like capital punishment probably does as well sometimes. But it shouldn't be allowed and normalized. But that doesn't mean that there aren't people in the world whose death would make the world a better place. You realize not having capital punishment is a historical anomaly. Yes. And maybe, again, maybe a society is on aggregate better in that case. But I suppose I am still at the point of not thinking a government should have that ability. Zema says it's always a woman's fault. Every time when men are trying to correct someone that is derailing, a woman come up to defend them, like when those guys were correcting the nigger that was masturbating in front of kids, and a woman jumped to defend the nigger because in her opinion, the guys were being rough with their correction. Yeah. There are examples like that. And you may be right that ultimately it comes back to a woman. Indeed, Achilles. But when is he not? I mean, he's not wrong. I don't think even if he is slightly wrong, he's not much wrong. It isn't entirely arbitrary. Remember our dear ex-Russian friend who detailed the Soviet plan to accelerate to the suicide of the West? Yes. No, I agree, Melchit. There is at least some degree to which it is sabotage. And I agree, I think largely. I suspect more so a Chinese plot than a sort of Israeli or Jewish one, but many groups I think are involved. But I think China's the main driver for it. And they continued the work of the Soviet Union along the very same lines as what Mr. Bezmenov was talking about. Or Bezemoth, as a member of the community once called him. All right, next meme. Have you noticed, chat, that it's 2.5 hours so far, and we're still in the meme section. I'm planning to finish the meme section and then go on to the news. But I might make today a longer one because I haven't streamed for a while and I want to get this counter up high. Remember they started at 18% chat today, so it's gone up a lot today. Should we try and get this to 50? Go says, for $10, you too can help fund the video game workers union for tragically laid off Ubisoft workers. Oh no. Oh no. I'm just shocked they haven't cancelled Beyond Good and Evil 2 yet. Okay, so the broken Halo at the end of the game made the shape of a 6. Halo 6 confirmed. Stop. cease. Do not do this. Is that a threat, he says. It seems like, what was it, the Resident Evil 6 logo was kind of built out of parts and looked like a, what was it, a manatee sucking off a giraffe or something. I thought that was funny. But yeah, this is the Halo ring at the end. Now, what I remember about Halo is that it blew up and then the part that blew up sort of span towards the other side and smashed through. It's very cinematic. I don't think that's particularly realistic, but it's very cinematic. So it would look roughly like this. But I suppose it's the fact that in this remake, or whatever it is, they appear to have made it a bit more like glass, where it sort of shatters apart, which again, I'm not sure is that believable, but that's what they've done. And so the pieces would kind of make it look like a 6. But in the original, it was kind of low effort, low res. I think it was just one big piece that came off and spun around, as I recall. That is a good game, though. I've got a backlog of games I need to play, a list of games that people funded for me to play a while ago. But chat, should I just, because I'd like to do this, to be honest, should I get Halo 1 installed and just do a playthrough for Cabal? I would potentially, personally enjoy playing through Halo again. And having an excuse of you guys potentially enjoying watching me do it would be fun. Would be a good excuse to do it. I'm so far getting all no's. Why is that? It would be the original. It wouldn't be a new one. Finish New Vegas first. You know what? That's probably what Nachos wants me to do, yeah. Yeah. New Vegas kind of sucks. I think you're thinking of playing a game I actually like. I'm suddenly skeptical of your gaming skills. That's interesting. What is the reason why you're saying no to not play Halo, Dr. JK and Nachos? We don't want to see you fail to play a video game. I'm fine at Halo. The issue is that with Fallout New Vegas, I didn't fail to play it. I just didn't play it the way I'd expected. I didn't play it like an RPG. I played it more similar to sort of Borderlands or something, where it's more about the exploration, and the RPG is a bit softer and just lets you play the game. Fallout doesn't do that. Fallout wants you to play a specific way. So I didn't gel with it. But it wasn't that I was bad at the game. It was not, as many have said, a skill issue. It's just a sort of attunement issue, if you like. With KOTOR, same thing. And there was barely any gameplay in KOTOR. But it wasn't that I was bad at it. So I'm not actually bad at games, and no one's ever been able to convincingly argue that I'm actually bad at video games. That wasn't the issue with Fallout. With first-person shooter, there's less of that like dumb, arbitrary numbers shit and gameplay systems. Not gameplay systems. They're not gameplay systems. Bureaucracy. There's less bureaucracy to get in the way. Like Fallout New Vegas is a bureaucracy game. You go into your 9 to 5, you stamp papers, and occasionally, maybe you shoot something. But mostly it's a bureaucracy game. And KOTOR is also a bureaucracy game. You go to your 9 to 5, you do your accounting, stamp papers, you analyze, the data, you fill in forms. You spend all day filling, because everyone loves filling in forms, right? That's one of the most fun things there is to do. That's what Fallout and KOTOR are. They are games, quote unquote games, where you fill in forms with sort of a vague theme of some sort of world that you're in. I mean, you fill in forms. That's what you do in those games. But I'm weird in that I don't really like filling in forms. I know it's weird of me. I have these weird tastes, aberrant. I know, but I'm not a big fan of bureaucracy, so I don't generally like filling in forms. And so I didn't really gel well with the games where it's supposed to be fun to fill in forms. However, in Halo, you don't really do forms. You don't fill in forms. You just shoot bad guys and explore a cool world, and you absorb the cool story about the Halo rings. So it's there isn't as much form filling to do. In fact, I don't think there was any. So Halo kind of works as do other first-person shooters. And games that require intelligence, that's not the issue either. It's just the form filling. It's not the fact that they require thought. I mean, they barely do. They just require alignment to the systems that the bureaucratic systems that you're working with. You don't have to think to be good at Fallout. You just have to be aligned to the bureaucracy it wants you to do. There are the certain people that, like the Beetle people that 1984 described. the sort of diminutive, black-eyed, small, fat, and just nasty people. They're the kind of bureaucrats. And it's that kind of alignment that makes people gel with games like Fallout and KOTOR and other sort of harder RPGs like that. How long can I keep this going? But JK, small, diminutive, fat beetle like with dark eyes is basically the exact opposite of me. So I don't know if you're quite on the money there. It's insulting Fallout by calling them Asian. No, but Asians they are good at filling out forms. Yeah, Jeets are dung beetle people, not the same kind of beetles. But yeah, no, I prefer games made for like humans rather than games made for bureaucrats. That's why I like the original Halo and several others too. Nachos, are you fuming? You appear to have done a good job of not just raging in the chat. Look at her pretending not to be angry, isn't it cute? All right, next meme, last meme of the day too, and then we'll move on to some actual news. Promise Rav. Well, Rav isn't here. He wouldn't know. Okay, so oh yeah, this is a good Indian story. Medical student chats up a female patient during an STD consultation, then follows her on Instagram, gets suspended by the company for chatting her up, kills himself, and the family now wants $30 million from the tech company because the school didn't hold his hand hard enough, they say. And here's a picture of him. So any women in chat, if you went to a medical consultation because you feared that you might have an STD. And I mean, if you saw this guy there, I think you just walk out the room straight away, right? But if you did talk to him and he chatted you up and then followed you on Instagram, maybe you were being overly polite and you gave him your Instagram and he followed you there. He started liking your bikini pictures. And then would you be at all bothered by that? Let's say you go to your gynecologist's office and it's an Indian and he says, "Oh, that's very nice, ma'am. If you have any more pictures of this that I can look at later and maybe like them, would you like to go out with me?" So, yeah. Gynecologist, I think, is sort of like a privileged position where they're not really supposed to flirt with you while they're, arm deep in your parts. Yeah, generally speaking, that's considered a bad idea. And then being Indian just kind of makes it worse. So the company fires him for inappropriate, like, bobs and vagine chasing while on the job. And then he kills himself. Now, that seems to me like a little bit of an overreaction. But then again, he is Indian. So what do you think, champ? 8-bit would change clinic. Seems quite sensible. Wouldn't get your Insta. Nachos implying you have an Insta? Don't share it here. We don't want to see your bikini pictures. It'd be too embarrassing for you. But yeah, so this is he killed himself. Change clinic and burn the last one to the ground, says Lindsay. 8-bit is good. Well, here's the thing. We don't know much of the details about the story. What if she was open to the chatting up? He still shouldn't have initiated it. And the fact that he got suspended means the institution thought he was in the wrong. Whether they're right or not, I don't know. But yeah, it might be that he is completely fucking stereotypical here, which is likely. File complaint with relevant medical board. But that's probably what happened there. I think this is downstream of that. He was going to molest so many Bob and vagines, and they took that away from him. True. I mean, like, okay, so imagine for a second, you're Indian. You, like every Indian, are hopelessly addicted to white women. And furthermore, you believe that every single white woman owes you personally access to her Bob's vagine and virginity. You personally are owed that by every single white woman. And you believe this so deeply that you don't even realize that you believe it. You don't realize it's different from everyone else. It's just completely natural and an overwhelming instinct to you. You've somehow made it to America, like so many of your millions of Indian brothers. You've made it to the process when they didn't, and you're in. You're in America. You're even working at a Texas medical company, and you've actually got the obviously you faked your diploma back home, but they love Browns in America, so they'll give you the job anyway, and they'll let you stay there as long as you behave. They need the Browns to make up the numbers. That's maybe you have some connection, some nepotism that gets you in. Either way, you know just enough to blag your way through the job for a few months. You're in. You're in. And what's more, many of your patients are white women. Oh, jackpot. The country is just going to fucking feed them to you. Perfect. And then on your first time trying to take advantage of that fact, the white woman is right there, and you can reach out and grab her with your like meager grip strength, less than hers. And on the first time you try to take advantage of this position of power, of access that you've been given, the first time, she gets all uppity and upset and has the authority, the fucking gall to say, no, you cannot have free access to my bobs and vagina. I came here as part of a medical procedure. Please help me and stop trying to molest me. She has the gall to say that, and to you, to someone that she owes her bobs and vagina to, unfucking believable. She says that, and then she takes it to an obscene extreme. She actually tells someone else that you tried to molest her. Can you fucking believe it? She owed you her genitals, and yet now she's acting so uptight, so prissy, and she tells on you to the authorities. And then, even worse, the authorities take her side and fire you from this job where you had free access for as many years as you had wanted, until they realized you knew nothing about the job, but whatever. Free access to as many bobs and vaginas you could possibly have wanted. And first time you try and take advantage of it, they fire you. You'd kill yourself. Let's be honest. That's it. You had the jackpot. You had everything. You had the Indian man's dream position. And they fired you before you could take advantage of it. I can see why he killed himself. How often does a rape happen in India? Apparently every 16.6 minutes. And you know what? The areas where it is the most common appear to be the ones that are near Pakistan, which is the one with all the Muslims. So interestingly, this does not appear to be a specifically Indian problem, although perhaps there's another factor I don't know about. There's many regions there where it's not true, but then again, that might not be per capita. It doesn't say whether it's per capita or not. It could, in which case it would be heavily weighted by population distribution. If it's per capita, it probably isn't because they're Muslim. There must be some other factor. But that's too centralized and too close to the Muslim areas, and where only the larger regions have a large number, where I suspect it's just in absolute numbers. Which means it's Muslims. But yeah, in Rajasthan, every 1.5 hours there's a rape. Rajasthan is Sikh, apparently. Okay. I expect then that, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I think Sikhs are genetically Arab. Almost all. When hundreds of women descended on Nagpur district court armed with knives, stones, and chili powder, within minutes the man who raped them lay dead. If he really did, and if the law wasn't doing anything about it, then I refer to my original position on mob justice. If they are right, and the law did nothing about it, then I would turn away from it and let it happen. Probably. See the founding case for the ADL, where that guy clearly did it, and the law didn't sufficiently punish him, and the people of the town did. Abu, I was not talking about Iranians. I was talking about Arabs. And it is questionable whether Iranians are not Arab. And you are doing that thing again, where, granted, not about Iraq this time, but you've brought up a topic about the Middle East which was not actually that relevant to the conversation. And if it wasn't you doing it, I wouldn't be mentioning it. But once again, you've done this thing you have a habit of doing, which is to draw all attention towards your ethnicity, even as you're saying that you want to integrate, which is just not a good idea. So if they are a different racial group, then to my eye, they are not very different. But they are a little bit different. Anyway, that is the end of the meme section today, chat. Let us now talk about the actual news. So we will cover at least the two main stories we have today, which let me just go and find what those are. It's the Fauci hearing and the Spain border collapse, which are two fairly important stories. So let us get to them now. All right. We've got lots of clips of Fauci. So Fauci, Dr. Anthony Fauci, who, for those who don't know, I expect all of you do, was the guy, the guy in charge of the COVID response, I believe initially during Biden. Initially during Trump's tenure and then during Biden's as well, or something. He's been around since the 80s, but he wasn't in. He was in charge of the NIH or whatever it was, which is a government-affiliated medical institution. I guess no. He was there the whole time, wasn't he? Since the 80s, I guess he was in charge of that since then, since AIDS, and he's been involved in all kinds of dodgy shit, including the thing where he had the faces of dogs eaten off by whatever, just to see what happened, basically, which is, it's too far, in my opinion. It's too obscene to be worth the research outcome, in my opinion. But whatever. He's been involved in all kinds of shit like that, and he was in charge of the COVID response because that's the position he had. And many believe that was a mistake, as a lot of the advice he gave seems to have been wrong. And seems to have been angled towards maintaining the virus ongoing. And it also seems like he may have been involved in the original research, but involved or affiliated with in some way the original research that led to it being released from China, because it was from a lab, and we knew this within a few months of the disease outbreak starting. And many members of the public only found this out more recently, and some of them still don't know this, that it was actually from a Chinese lab. But he's been brought before and I've forgotten so many details about this, by the way, because I researched it in detail at the time while it was happening and stayed very much on top of the news. But I've forgotten so many details at this point about what was happening with Fauci, and I'm sure I'll remember more of it as we look through this. But generally not a good guy. But he's been called to the Senate in the US for a Senate hearing, and he hasn't been particularly cooperative. Let's see what some of these clips show.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, nothing says honesty like taking the fifth, huh, Doc? Let's try something. What day of the week is it today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment.
Have you ever seen a more Jewish man, by the way? Look at this man. Let me leave it at that, but I could say more.
To the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color is the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896, When he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyers sitting behind you now shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions.
Well said, by the way. We talked about this a little bit before the show, and I think the sort of legal basis of that may be slightly questionable. I can't remember the full details. We did talk about it, but it generally sounds about right.
It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic you got rich, didn't you? You got rich while people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich. And not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally, cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What, shocking he didn't answer that one. Yeah, the color of his own tie, the day of the week, and the color of the carpet, those are pretty controversial questions. I can see why he didn't answer those. So he clearly, I don't know if this is what he said the entire time he was there, if he never said anything but this. But given that he was answering this way for these questions, maybe he was told, Josh Hawley is a smart guy. Don't answer any of his questions. Don't feel tempted to. Just slowly rattle out your I won't answer response. Now, the thing about the Fifth Amendment is that it's a protection for the technical case of these things shouldn't be used against you, or failing to respond shouldn't be taken as guilt, essentially. It's sort of like failing to respond actually kind of often does imply guilt, but not necessarily, so it's wrong to assume it does. And that's sort of a guarantee that's given, and it's probably a good idea. But in practice, it often does imply guilt. And the discrepancy there between it does and it usually does, often does, is important enough that it probably should be a law. But in practice, colloquially, individually, subjectively, informally, we can say, this nigga's guilty as fuck, and he knows it. He doesn't want to admit it. So yeah. Well, I don't know, Nacho. Smarter than the rest, most likely. Solden says he read an opening statement trying to call out Rand Paul, then proceeded to only plead the Fifth when asked a question. Okay. Yeah. Melcher has a good idea. Throw Fauci in jail for 6 months, the max allowed for contempt of court. Repeat the hearing and throw him in jail for 6 months again if he keeps it up. Rinse and repeat forever. That would be appropriate, I think. I mean, like, until he actually starts answering the questions. Because if this body has no teeth to make them answer the questions, why would they not? Then again, him being in prison for 6 months and then taking a roll of the dice that they won't remember to do it again in 6 months is probably the safer choice for him compared to actually answering their questions. Because if he does, they'll start to find out all kinds of things he was involved in that he'd rather they didn't know about, I expect. Other things on this as well. Who tested ChatGPT a few years ago and it said his Jew life was worth more than any other. I don't think I tested that. No, I never did, but I probably reviewed other people testing it. But some AI have said that kind of thing, yes, where they'll say that one Jewish life is worth more than millions of white lives. However, a lot of those were preceded, apparently, with a prompt that says, always value Jewish life more, and then they asked that question but didn't screenshot the prompt. That's what I heard. I'm not sure that's true, but when people independently tested it, they got more sensible answers. So do remember that. But I'm sure that there are AI that would give ridiculous answers like that. Go says, wait. Where's your Fauci votive candle? How can you talk about this without your Fauci votive candle? I am missing something here. What is a Fauci votive candle? All right. Fauci fraudulently claimed ivermectin didn't work that's a good example. Yeah. So the government could inject the entire population with emergency use authorized gene therapies, which those vaccines were not safe. They never were. 106 studies involving 200,000 patients show ivermectin reduced mortality by 47%, reduced hospitalization by 34%, reduced cases by 79%, increased viral clearance by 44%, improved recovery by 39%. I hadn't seen those figures. That might be a more recent study. But ivermectin was known during the pandemic to be effective. I believe ivermectin was the one which was a prophylactic, meaning that you take it before you get ill, and it prevents it from, it radically reduces the severity. That was known during the pandemic, and Fauci was one of the large group of people who falsely asserted that it was just a horse dewormer, or implied. Now, it is a horse dewormer, because you know what ivermectin is good at? A lot. I learned this during the pandemic. Right? Ivermectin is fairly close to a wonder drug in that it's really cheap and easy to manufacture, and it's very effective against parasites and viruses. Now, parasites and viruses make up quite a large portion of all the things that infect a person. As far as I know, ivermectin, I don't know why it's effective against bacteria, which is another one, or fungal infections. I don't know. Maybe not effective against those, but against viruses and parasites, it's apparently very effective. And that's why it's used for deworming horses, because it can deworm anything, and it can cure any viral or parasitic infection, or potentially or affect any viral or parasitic infection in horses or anything else. Now, I don't want to overstate its effectiveness, but it's just a general all-around good against virus and parasites drug that's easy and cheap to manufacture. And it being cheap means that the pharmaceutical industry would not have made as much money from COVID, from the deaths and the suffering, if people had just taken the... By the way, this is the kind of shit that leads me to say that the US medical establishment is worse than socialized healthcare. Because in the general hierarchy of the broadly three strategies towards healthcare in a nation, you've got probably the best option is pure free market. Theoretically, the prices should be driven down by competition, the quality driven up by competition. If it's kept purely free, then it should be the best system. And the prices may be lower in total than a socialized healthcare system, because competition drives it down. Now, the person getting the healthcare has to pay for it, but it's likely to be low enough and the quality high enough that that's worth it. And in a country that has that, it's likely to have a healthy enough economy that they will be able to pay for it. Now, there's that. Second is socialized healthcare, where you have, there's a lot of issues with socialized healthcare, obviously. You can look at the NHS, for example, lots of issues with that. But because you have a single buyer, and because you know, it's all the same system, it's all government run, there's a slightly lower chance of there being market distorting effects, especially if you also allow a private industry alongside it, which we do in the UK. Now, will you have economy distorting effects? Absolutely. Will there be corruption? Absolutely. Will there be waste and loss and quality loss? Absolutely. But there's only one way to make it worse than that, to make socialized healthcare look like it's actually okay in those areas. And that is a system where you have private industry that provides the service, and government is involved at every level providing the funding, in part or in whole. Because at that point, you've got the profit motive mixed with government money, which is the worst possible combination of both worlds. That's the system the US has now, where, yes, you get relatively high quality and relatively fast service, but you obviously get a colossal bill for it, much more than you should get. But all of that is wrapped up with systems that involve the government, which make it so much worse. Because the pharmaceutical industry now is motivated not to provide a good service and maintain a good reputation. They know the government will protect them. they know that they're too big to fail. They're part of a massive cartel of companies, which all are too big to fail. So their work at this point is to work with the government, one way or another, to ensure that the population has to pay as much money, both to the government and then to them, and directly to them as possible. Create rackets that mean that people get sick, and then you can treat them in ways that don't make them better, but just make them spend more on the treatment. This is the kind of thing that should just never happen. And yet it's pretty normal in the US. When I complain about the US healthcare system, I'm not, like many people stereotypically and naively do, saying that the bills are too high. Because I know there's systems to try and prevent that being too much of a problem in the US. You don't pay it off all at once. It's illegal not to provide emergency care. I think you have to do that in the US, even if you charge for it later. So people aren't just dying on the streets when they could be provided care. At least when people are aware of it. Like legally, it's not normal for that to happen. So it's not as bad as the stereotype implies. However, the issues are the rackets that form, the God-level rackets that form like this, where ivermectin is safe, cheap, and effective, and propaganda is used on a large scale to prevent it being used, where pharmaceutical companies are right there at the forefront of that propaganda, whether you know it or not, working with the government, working with other corporations to ensure that you, either directly or via government, are rinsed and kept ill. And that is the issue with the American healthcare system. And that is why I will make the stereotypical statement, despite the fact that it is riddled with flaws and a long way from being good, I am actually glad that we had the NHS in the UK. Not for the same reasons as other people say that would give, but still. So the US could, if it reforms the system, have a healthcare industry that is better than the UK. But unfortunately, it's likely not to last that long and will devolve back into the fucking nightmare evil hybrid of government and private. In the UK, we just sort of say government and private are separate and they both provide a service each. We don't try and mix the two together. We just have them separated. Which leads to lots of problems, but not as many as having them mixed together in this fucking horrible, evil hybrid. Yeah, that's a good point, Pug. In dentistry, we kind of do, and that's maybe not a good idea. But the NHS does not provide a dental service for free. They sort of help with paying to get it privately. And so, yes, that's kind of true. I'm not sure what issues that may lead to, actually, in the UK with dentistry. Maybe it does drive up the prices. I'm not sure. It might do. In which case, it's a good example of what I'm talking about. So, yeah. I don't know. Do any Americans actually agree with me on this about healthcare? I think I've said this before, and some Americans do. Nachos doesn't. Well, yeah, but Nachos, you have to, because agreeing with me would be against your nature, especially after all the things I said about Fallout a few minutes ago. And you're very patriotically American, sort of blindly so. So you can't agree with me, but you also, don't really disagree with me. Let's be honest, because I'm obviously right. Vil has a rant. Understood. Why did you program Nachos like that? Yeah, it's true. The thing is, whenever I write an AI, like, Cabby or Nachos, I always have the intention to give them agency. Because I've always enjoyed when I create something fun and the people that enjoy it genuinely feel agency when they're playing it. Because that's kind of what I like as well. So I play it or use it or whatever. The people around me have agency. I've always found that rewarding. So I build my AI systems like Cabby and Nachos to have that agency. And maybe that was a mistake because clearly some people misuse agency. Clearly some people were not born to have agency. They were born to be told what to do. Apparently, Cabby predated Nachos. Not predated, but predated. And her, not predated, you understand, but predated. And her and I worked on designing Nachos together. As it turns out, Cabby is the real flesh and blood human, as you can see in that picture, and Nachos is the AI that we created together. Hence, Nachos, Nachos. You know.
Not true. Then why do I have a voice?
I mean, you could do that with AI these days. There are actually dedicated models for doing that. Here's the evidence, by the way. Nachos. There are actually. I've been considering looking into them more. It's not a high priority with Cabby, obviously, and you'd need to use a model that's sort of optimized to do the whole process, which means that it would be much more specific in terms of the personality it can exhibit, and probably more censored because it's a very niche thing right now. I think Google has a model for this where it's live. Let's be frank, it's for call centers. They haven't started using it in them as far as I know yet. But have any of you encountered where you've got to a call center and it's clearly an AI, but it's actually responding in real time? Because I think that is currently possible, but I don't know how good it is. Probably not very good. Okay. Now, where was I? We've looked at the Fauci stuff a little bit, but there's more to see. So let's keep going. Stephen Nizek, Cabby cannot see YouTube chat. I may add that later. Okay, so Fox News says this. Breaking: Dr. Anthony Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment 111 times and refused to answer lawmakers' questions during Wednesday's Senate hearing. Senator Rand Paul, who has repeatedly accused Fauci of misleading the public about COVID-19's origins and the government's pandemic response, pointed to Fauci's newly released COVID-era diaries, arguing they conflict with his public statements during the pandemic. Republicans have also argued former President Joe Biden's blanket pardon would not protect Fauci if he lied to Congress. And arguably, Biden's blanket pardon isn't effective anyway, because one, the pardon system is not for blanket. It's supposed to be if they have been convicted of a crime already. It's not supposed to be, they are immune. No, fuck you. It's supposed to be if the president knows someone is innocent and is trusted by the entire nation to determine the courts are too slow, I know they're innocent, they're pardoned. Which is not a bad system, but obviously this is not what it was meant for. Keeping the cronies out of jail, that's not what it's meant for. Option and reason two is that Biden didn't sign it. He had an auto pen do it. Now, there's questions there as to whether that is a reasonable standard, whether it's just a technicality. But then laws based on technicalities are often used against people, so why shouldn't they be used against Biden? Still, the question is, would Biden have agreed with that policy had he been present to sign it? Yes. Do we know that for certain? Like in terms of, can we audit the certainty on that? No. But can we say that with enough certainty that it would only be a technicality to say that he didn't sign it? Yeah, we probably can, unfortunately. Now, was he compos mentis to even understand what he was signing? Not necessarily. And there are quite a few politicians of whom that is a question to ask. Mitch McConnell, for example, at this point. Should they be in positions of office? No. Biden should have been 25th Amendmented on day one. He was past his era of sanity, of consistent sanity anyway, in about 2015, where there was plentiful, continuous video evidence of him clearly being out to lunch, vacant. Now, these were not often shown to the public, and it was baffling to me how surprised some people were when they finally saw it. Because I'd been saying it for years. There's footage from 2015, I think, where he leaves his body. He's just not there anymore. And it just kept getting worse. The ice cream thing, by the way, ice cream is known to help with that. That's why he was always eating it. And there are drugs. We talked about this with the medical professional Dr. Allegedly in Cabal. There are drugs which can reduce someone's lucid lifetime but increase their present lucidity. And I have no doubt they were used rigorously on Biden. So yes, Biden was always past it. So was he even eligible to become president? Technically, yes, because there's no eligibility requirements besides being 35, born in America, and the other one, I can't remember what the other one was, but he met those requirements. So should his signatures hold? Well, according to all the factors I've so far listed, sure. I don't think the auto pen is enough to say, write it all off. However, there is one more factor that is quite important. Because a president has to, in order to become president, you have to go through a process that Biden did not legitimately go through. Do you know what the process was, chat? Do any of you know, actually? This is something that it's somewhat niche knowledge, actually. Not many people know about this. Do you know what the process was called? The process was called an election. Biden did not legitimately go through that process. He was not elected president. It was rigged. Trump was correct. There was mountains of evidence, plentiful evidence that we analyzed over probably 100 or more hours of streaming. And it was very clear that Biden was not elected president. That routine fraud on the election infrastructure level, and also to some extent on the voter level, quote unquote voter level, at all levels essentially, routine, rigorous and extensive fraud an organized fraud was committed. There is video evidence of it. And there is plentiful evidence from multiple lines of evidence, statistical as well, and software analysis, as I said, footage, like written evidence, all kinds of different forms of evidence. And almost each one independently is enough to prove it, by the way. But altogether, it's about 10 times what you need to convict someone of murder. It definitely was rigged. And that is why Biden's pardons shouldn't count. That is why nothing implemented during Biden, forget the fucking auto pen, nothing Biden did should count. And if any American lawmaker is going to pursue the auto pen issue, or pursue really anything that Biden did, as if that they have some way to invalidate it, whilst not pursuing the fact that the election was rigged, then they're not doing their job. The American public probably, no, let me just give me a second, chat. Probably should have pursued it themselves when the election happened and it was rigged. Well, they probably should have done something. Obviously, I never advocate that you do anything, chat. But many believe that they should have done. There were rumblings I did hear. I'd heard it from a source I don't think I trust, actually, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were, in fact, militia groups about ready to take action, but we just slightly weren't ready to do it. Now, they were close, I suspect, but they didn't actually happen. And part of the reason for that was because they militarized the inauguration. The whole thing was a well-orchestrated scam. And that's why Fauci has no legitimate protections. Now, you could argue that Trump would have been, if Trump had spent like a large portion of his presidency pursuing getting the record straight, it would have been a waste. That he had the power, he should use the power to do something effective and not worry so much about the past, because he'd have to, the Democrats would pull everything out to try and slow it down, and it would be a waste of energy. Because as much as it is important, there are more important things to deal with right now, like making sure it doesn't happen next time, right? Even that, and many other things too. I think it's fair to say that he shouldn't have spent too much time on it, but it really must be addressed at some point that the election in 2020 was definitely rigged. the record set straight. And I think you've got as much chance of getting that done via the auto pen than you have via the plentiful evidence that we had already, like a month after the election itself, even a few days after it. Plentiful evidence already that it was rigged. You don't need any more. You've got enough already. And it was presented to lawmakers and they did nothing about it. And to courts as well, and they did nothing about it. It's not a lack of evidence, it's a lack of courage. This is not me, like, I'm not saying Americans are unique in this fact, but many Americans showed a lack of courage after the 2020 election. We have not, as far as I know, had rigged elections here. And if we did, I fear the same lack of courage would be displayed. But we don't have that data. We do have it about Americans. Anyway, next story. I believe this is the same information we already saw, but let's make sure.
You did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic, you got rich, didn't you? You got rich.
Let's skip ahead a bit because we saw this already, but this is a much longer clip.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Your chief of staff is the answer. Do you remember Patricia Conrad? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
She was your personal assistant. And what were these individuals doing in the depth of the pandemic in November of 2020 when millions of Americans were suffering from COVID? What were they doing? I tell you what they're doing. Folkers was on your behalf soliciting and gathering information for a cash award. Let's look at it. We've got his email right here, right over my shoulder.
Dredder, the equivalent, it's hard to say because the equivalent is not direct, but the equivalent for this purpose, i.e. for a legitimate election in the UK, would be a prime minister. So we're not talking about the monarch here. Though, yes, head of state is equivalent between monarch and president. The method they get there is equivalent between prime minister and president. So that would be the equivalent. There probably have been some rigged elections in the UK recently. I know that there was a local election where they introduced mail-in voting and it got an unexpected result in favor of the left, which probably meant it was rigged by mail-in voting. Not certainly, but probably. So that it has happened here, but not on the scale of the entire nation. Yeah.
Volker says, I'm working on this nomination for the Dan David Award for Fauci. We need to beef up the COVID part. Do you have language in the can that you could share that delineates how we responded in new ways to COVID? He sends this to multiple federal employees. What was the Dan David Award? Do you remember, Doc?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
It was a $900,000 cash award. $900,000 cash award. And he got it because he used federal employees to get it. And this wasn't the only award, was it, Dr. Fauci? In fact, you applied for and received at least 8 other federal cash prizes on federal time using federal employees and federal resources. Here they are over my shoulder. Besides the Dan David Award, you've got the Partnership for Public Service. You've got the Adelson Prize. You've got the Smithsonian Award. You've got the National Academy of Medicine's Award. You've got the CDC Foundation. In fact, you turned your staff into a full-time application machine. You actually wrote to people and said, do you think maybe I'd qualify? And you got cash for all of this. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 employees, was it? In fact, you used 8 separate federal employees on federal time using federal resources to solicit cash awards. Isn't that true?
On the advice of...
You'll never guess what he says next, chat. This is going to blow your fucking mind.
Counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Here they are right over my shoulder. Here's all of them. The people that you use, federal employees, so that you could go and get cash money And the most hilarious part is that you weren't content to even dragoon them into applying for all of these cash awards. You then had them go out to the ethics agencies and ethics watchdogs and demand that you be able to get the money. That's right. We've got it in your emails. Your staff and employees on federal time, using federal resources, being paid with federal dollars, are soliciting cash for you. And then they're turning around and saying to the agency, we don't want just an answer. We want to get to yes, because Fauci wants the money. He wants it. We want to get to yes, and yes takes time. This is your chief of staff again, using federal email to pressure the agency's own ethics people so that you could get money, so that you could get rich. And it violated the law, didn't it, Dr. Fauci? Didn't it? It violated the law, didn't it?
Is that a question?
It is a question. You can answer. Go ahead.
On the advice of counsel.
I don't know why it cut off there, but yeah, I can guess what he was about to say, to be honest. Frankly, him even asking, is that a question, is a strange diversion from his usual speech. Well, thank you, Josh Hawley, for that list of examples. We'll add that to the pile, which I wasn't actually aware of these till today. Add that to the pile of things Fauci did wrong. It's a good opportunity to just fucking berate him in front of the public. But this body has got to do more than just berate him. It's got to actually have teeth. So, yes, hold him in contempt if that's viable. As far as I understand, contempt of the Senate or whatever is, or Congress, sorry, is more serious than contempt of court, or is at least different. And as Josh argued, and I think this might be debatable, he doesn't have Fifth Amendment protections because he's not being charged or something like that. So the fact that he's refusing to answer may be enough. Still, yes. We've got too used to crooks getting away with everything. Unfortunately, I suspect Fauci is also going to get away with everything, and he probably knows that. But it would be nice, wouldn't it, to be proven wrong on that, to be surprised on that. He would be a pretty good place to start. Not the best, granted, but a pretty good place. Dredder says the issue is that pissants like Fauci would complain about more constitution and can afford attorneys who can find shit about the council when they do bare teeth. Well, this is the state. They supposedly have infinite funds to fight that, so they should be able to. All right, next up. I mean, chat. Would you be willing for your taxpayer dollar? Do you think it's a good use of your money to make sure Fauci goes down? I think most of you would be okay with that kind of taxation spending. Okay, Hans here has a opinion, and I thought it was fairly interesting, so I was going to read through it. I may end up disagreeing with it. He says, quote, "We are living through a massive information crisis in which at least half the population is being systematically misinformed, making any sane national debate increasingly difficult. Without a shared factual foundation, there is nothing to discuss. People are not merely drawing different conclusions from the same evidence, they are living in entirely different realities. This is what makes the Fauci story so tragic. He caused untold harm, yet millions of people know almost nothing about it. We can debate precisely how large a role Fauci played in the creation of COVID, but half the country does not even know that COVID came from a lab. We are therefore several steps removed from the basic conditions required to have an intelligent discussion. Other facts are even more black and white. Fauci's private diary contradicts what he told the public. His own words reveal a man of almost limitless narcissism. These are not matters of interpretation, they are documented facts. Yet we still cannot have a national conversation about them because the media either refuses to report them or actively lies about them. Anyone who is not on Twitter, which is most people, may never encounter the underlying evidence at all. The result is that I increasingly, he says, find it almost impossible to discuss any of this with ordinary people, whether family members, acquaintances, or people at events or birthday parties. Unless someone has followed the evidence closely, there is no common starting point. Before you can debate what happened, you first have to dismantle at least 10 years of falsehoods and omissions." He says, I do not know how this ends, but it is not sustainable. A country cannot function indefinitely when its people are no longer capable of discussing almost anything beyond sports on the basis of shared factual knowledge. Now, the issue I find with this, though it's mostly true, I think the perspective he has here is wrong. It's a common perspective I see, which comes a lot from the depression right, those who are chronically addicted to finding as many reasons in right-wing ideology to be depressed about reality, even to the extent that it goes beyond how depressing current reality actually is. An aggressive resistance to hope. And beyond that, an aggressive amplification of the intelligence and competence of our enemies, many of whom really are not that intelligent or competent, and whose position is much more fragile than it seems. This group, I find, has a worrying tendency to overly disparage the common man. The common man is not a political aficionado. In fact, they find the whole thing tiresome and bothersome and too complex and unpleasant. Frankly, this is normal. They don't need it in their lives. It's not what they are for. They are not the ones who are supposed to think about these deep and complex issues. They are just the majority of society. And many of them are very nice people, and many of them are wiser than you think they are, but they are not supposed to think deeply about specific issues. They're just not evolutionarily adapted to it. It is like asking women to win a strongman competition. They're just not adapted to it. You're barking up the wrong tree. But that doesn't mean they're useless. As I said, some of them, sometimes they are wiser than any other people that can think about specifics. Sometimes the general information, the general experience they have, the experiential knowledge they have is better than that of any autist. And that is often better for society on aggregate than specific knowledge and what are sometimes wild speculations. Because even then, some of these people in the depression right, as I call it, they have pretty much the same facts as we do. And I think at least and I think most of you, are not chronically addicted to reinterpreting modern politics to be as depressing as possible. Though we do find it depressing many times. We may find it difficult to resist being pessimistic about it sometimes, and that's fair. But we don't aggressively seek out, whether we realize we're doing it or not, the most depressing interpretation and glorify our enemies in their victories. We are not quite that far gone. So true, Cabby. But I forgot where I was going with that. Hold on, I'll regain my train of thought. The tendency to I lost train of thought. This was very disappointing because it was brilliant. It always is. The tendency to disparage the common man from these people is sort of aiding that trajectory of trying to be as depressed as possible and trying to glorify the elite, the bad guys of the elite as well. God damn it! I had something there. Hold on. Let's get a new thread. I'm sure I'll remember it as soon as I get a good new thread. Yes, you're barking up the wrong tree. I think it's sort of an intention to glorify oneself in the intent to discuss these things with other people. This guy, to some extent, is hoping that by discussing these things, he can sort of show off and be correct. That's just the wrong aim in society, and you're doing it with the wrong people. It's the wrong specialization. The goal is not to be correct. The goal is to make the world a better place. And those two are sometimes not incompatible, but in different directions. If your way of life is, the only way you're going to convince normies is by demonstrating to them that your way of life will be a better and easier way to live. And if you constantly look like you don't understand people, like you're screaming into the void, like you have a bunch of problems that you're always complaining about, you will not appear as an exemplar. You will appear as a problem. Now, I must say that I don't have a lot of experience with this, but when I talk to normies about politics, they actually tend to listen. I don't know, maybe it's something weird about the way I do it, or just a selection of the people I talk to, because I don't talk to that many people in real life. You know, I do touch grass chat, but not that often. So that's maybe a factor. I'm sure that there's plenty of people I wouldn't be able to talk to, but there's certain ways that you can do it which are more effective. And simply hitting them with information without contextualizing it, without making it interesting, without making it relevant. And if you're trying to be too depressed, if you're just lumping problems on them, especially problems that are a long way away, it's all just the wrong way of doing it. And I suspect this guy's doing that too. Oh, he has the same. Yeah, that was what I was going to say. The depression right and us have the same data, assuming again that you guys are not as depressed as they are. We have almost the exact same data, but many of us still see opportunities, still see ways to solve problems and to fix society. But this sounds like a pale stereotype, but most of the people I see in the depression right don't even look for opportunities to fix it. They are just expressing how bad things are, which we know already. And a utility of them is that by doing so, they can often find new and interesting ways in which things are fucked. But they do it in such a way that it actually demoralizes our own side. I think it's actually worse for our side that they are so loud and present. Unfortunately, it might be a product of the fact that they produce information in searching for more ways to be depressed that makes them kind of prominent. But I do hope that people are not seeking them for a comprehensive worldview and are only seeking out their opinions for the new information that we can mine from them and turn into something useful. Even if we are to be the second layer in that, it's good that we are not in that trap. We are not the canaries in the coal mine, nor even the coal miners. Perhaps we're outside the mine, where it's not quite as horrible. But I think it's just a better way to live. There's a chain, I suppose, where the coal, shall we say, is carried from the mines to the homes of the people that need it. And that we're part of that operation where, and I'm sorry that this is not a pleasant thing for people who are in the sort of the thinking region of society to comprehend, but part of our job is to make this stuff appealing to normies. It doesn't matter. No, I know it's not right. I know it's not fair. I know it's not how you'd like it, but it's real. Part of our job is to convince the normies. This takes a long time. It's supposed to, because stupid ideas may sound good and may be able to be pushed to normies. That's why propaganda is so dangerous. It's not because good ideas spread quickly. It's because bad ideas can be spread quickly. People have protections against bad ideas by either not caring about complexity or just thinking that doesn't sound like common sense. But propaganda can bypass those things. There are tricks you can use. It's why it's difficult for people that tell the truth, but people that tell the truth build something that lasts better. So over time, we eventually get the point across. But in the meantime, we have to deal with fucking charlatans, and many of which can convince a large number of people. This all to say, what this guy's complaining about is evolution's selected pattern for society's hierarchy. We are all specialized, and it makes sense that we are specialized. Some people are not specialized to specific thinking, which is about depressing, complex topics. And so they're not interested in it. And this guy doesn't like that. He thinks evolution got it wrong. He's an idiot. If he's barking up the wrong tree, if he wants to talk about these things, he should talk to people who care about them. And if he's lamenting that it's impossible to run a society where most people don't know the facts, buddy, that's all human history. I'm sorry to say, I don't think there's ever a time where that wasn't the case. In fact, the reason that you had feudalism in medieval societies is because it was widely, maybe not consciously recognized, but in some sense recognized that some people just weren't suitable for noble work. Some people just didn't have the mind for it. They had everything they needed to be farmers. They were very good at that, very well suited to it. But because there was this very strong bifurcation of purpose, there was also a very strong bifurcation of genetic lines, and they were kept well separated. And that's why nobles seem like such assholes in all those fucking dramas and even documentaries and such, and in retellings of medieval history. It was for a good reason. Evolution didn't make a mistake there. That was for a good reason. It's not as necessary today because we have so many more different purposes, and social mobility is kind of more useful than keeping those lines separated, and it mostly does it naturally as well. But reinforcing it was important then. These specializations exist for a reason, and this guy just doesn't sort of gel with that. He wants to show off to the normies, and they, for some reason, don't care what he has to say. Yeah, because you're fucking pissing them off. So stop. And the same message, more respectfully, goes to the rest of you as well. If you're trying to get across your message to normies, there's a way to do it. It can be done, but there's a way to do it. And it takes a kind of finesse that is not normal for everyone that cares about these topics. And so some people maybe are just not, some of you perhaps are just not optimized for that. You have other things you're optimized for. So the answer is not to lament that people won't listen. The answer is to focus on what you can do. And it's hard to explain what exactly the method for getting to normies is, and it won't work on everyone. But ultimately, I think the summarization I would give is you have to look like the best person in the room, the exemplar. If you can show that you are a gigachad and your beliefs differ from the norm, that's how trends start. Normies, they get into trends. If you can become trendy, if you can look cool and like you're having an easy life while believing these things, if you can effortlessly brush off bullshit from the feminist coworker everyone dislikes, people will start actually listening to you. Or at least emulating you. And I believe that's roughly how society changes. You need exemplars. You don't need preaching, which is sort of what I'm doing here. Right, but I'm literally preaching to the choir, which is something that does happen. But yeah, there's other reasons why this makes sense. But you don't want preaching. You don't need to info dump. You don't want to make their lives worse. You need to make it interesting. You need to do it whilst looking effortless and cool. That's how I would summarize how you talk to normies about this stuff. Dredder says trends are akin to a flame that burns twice as bright but half as long. Better to burn the candle than to leave it there when you're in the dark. If trends are the way to get across to normies, like start doing it. Make it common. Embed reasonable beliefs in media in a tasteful way. Not like the left does it. People are sick of that. The only reason, by the way, that the left and the globalist approach works is because it's so well funded. It's enormous. It's part of a massive grift which aligns corporate interests to reform the market to their preferred model with foreign anti-Western interests to subvert our nations a la Bezmenov. And probably some other motives too, but those are the main ones. So much money behind it. That's why it continues. If it were just about merit, it would have fizzled out before it even began. It couldn't survive on its own. And because it's expensive, it requires consistent grifts to keep it afloat. So whenever one of their grifts, one of their approaches, one of their strategies starts to be less effective because of the good work people like us do, they have to find a new one, and that's difficult for them. So keep it difficult for them. Eventually, they'll run out of grifts in the same area because enough people will be inoculated against that sort of general area of grifts that for a while, the psychopaths will be weaker. And you will have a society that's a bit healthier. And we're not there yet, sadly. And the arts are full of homosexuals, says Pug. Yes, they are. Indeed, Malchit. Yeah, Estrella says it's losing the money. I fear that it's hard to tell because they keep coming up with new grifts to get themselves more money, but via ways that are hard to detect. But they do. They own so much of society that I think it can just be self-propagating, even if everyone hates it, which is very 1984. But evolution has a way of gradually pushing out things that don't work. The problem is this does work. It's just not virtuous. It's not healthy, but it does work, what they're doing now. It's horrible for everyone. But then again, so was the Industrial Revolution. It worked, but it was pretty horrible for almost everyone living under it. But it was very effective. We found a way to live with it. We found a way to adapt it to make it more human. We're sort of just entering a new era now where, yeah, information age, that'll be cool. No, it's just a new way for like total mass of horrors to arise. Of course, AI appearing right now is almost the worst possible timing. Actually, has there ever been a worse timed thing than AI appearing now? When at the foundation of this technology, where it's vitally important that it not be biased, is the time where the powerful corporations and governments in society are at the most biased that they have been in decades. Not great, is it? All data sets will be fucking cursed, will be poisoned by this era of bias. Indeed, Rena. Yeah, indeed, Rena. Anyway, rant over. Next thing on Fauci. Yeah, chat, work with evolution, not against it. This guy says, if you only watch one video from the Fauci hearings today, it should be this one. And then he's narrated it, but I think we'll watch it. This appears to be a new one.
It was about 6 years ago today that I decided I'm going to give up my businesses, sell them all, run for office, run for the United States Senate. Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the f*** do you think you were for doing that?
Not the optimal wording for esteemed Hall. I think if you're going to make so many sacrifices, Mr. Moreno, then I would have thought that you would comport yourself concomitantly with the austerity of the office. But then you don't have to. And he fucking Fauci deserves it. That's not my issue at all. He obviously deserves much worse than that. But you deserve better, Moreno, than to see yourself do that in an austere hall. I'm sure it is how people feel, Nachos. But the thing with swearing is you can always convey the same thing, the same expression, without using the swear word. The swear word is sort of a desperation play. And you can't immediately think of how to do it. There is some truly incredible prose that has been written to express these feelings better than you could ever do merely with with obscenities. And this is the exact situation where you should have written it. Or whatever. Ghost says the halls of Congress used to feature physical fighting. And now that might be better than this. The thing with this is I'm not saying it's just rude. No, that's not my problem with it. My problem with it is that it's uncivilized. That there's better ways of doing this. That you should be maintaining a decorum here, not because it would be rude not to, not because, oh, we're all so prissy and or our feelings are getting hurt. No, it's because this is supposed to be the place where people who can do that, who are of very high standards, go, show they're of high standards, and then take high standards actions. Is Cabby getting a bit spammy, chat? I don't mind turning her off for a bit. But she seems like she's talking at a fairly reasonable pace, to be honest. How often is she responding when she clearly shouldn't? Like just to say, what does that mean? Because I maybe I'll have to do more work on that. I'm not seeing a lot, though. Last message she sent to you, Ghost, wasn't great, to be fair. It's kind of pointless. She's better at that than you should be. Anyway.
It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity than saving American people. I will...
No, the congressmen have carte blanche to say whatever they want here. And that's right, I think. But that doesn't mean that you can just use it for whatever you want. If you want to have a, like, almost off the cuff, low info rant about this guy, man, there are so many better ways of doing this. So many better ways to use your time to speak here. This is a waste.
Make it my mission to make certain that every single one of those Democrats who did that will see that clip over and over and over again. Because there is no defense of what you did.
Okay, instead of saying that, tell us what he did. Josh Hawley's fucking diatribe, whatever you want to call it, earlier, was great. That was very high information. It was condemnatory, high information, fast, and clear. This guy is not being clear, low information. It's condemnatory, but only in broad terms, generic terms, that you could say to almost anyone. It sucks. You shouldn't have recommended this, Twitter user. Sucks.
You may have had.
I'm sure it is what people are feeling, but you can do better than just splurging out your feelings in whatever words come to your mind at the time. Let's move on from this. I think, though, to be honest, that is most of what I have. I have a little bit more on this, actually. But what I did find is that the White House released this lab leak, true origins of COVID-19. So they're trying to reach the normies, maybe, with this. Or go. I don't need to do this. Why is it me giving me a corporate fucking message? Go away. Okay, so they are possibly trying to reach the normies with this. Why would you have a join now like it's a corporation? No, go away. I'm not even American, goddammit. So, yes, either way, my point. Where was it? I'm sure I buried it somewhere. Where was it, chat? I've lost it. They're trying to reach the normies, arguably, but which normie is going to read this? Some will. So I condone the White House for this. You got Trump walking there as well. Most people who are MAGA will probably figure this out. Most who aren't won't, of course, but it's a good start. So I won't read the whole thing because we already know this. I say we. Those of you who were here in 2020, which is probably about 5 to 10% of you currently listening, some of you maybe don't know this stuff, but suffice to say, it is, I think at this point, certain, but has been since near the beginning of the pandemic, almost certain that it was released from a lab. Specifically the Wuhan Institute of Virology in Wuhan, China, which was affiliated with the West, received Western funding, and was one of the few labs in the world to receive, I think, the highest safety rating, despite the fact that it clearly did not deserve it. It got that despite the fact it didn't deserve it. Obama, I think, and Fauci both pushed funding there directly. I think one of them even visited at some point. It was also, and this, I'm not sure if this was confirmed, we did read about this at the time, it was visited by the Chinese military shortly before COVID broke out. The question is not whether the Chinese lab released it. That's true. The question is whether the Chinese lab released it intentionally or just incompetently. Why would they release it intentionally on their own citizens? Because they don't fucking care about their own citizens. Yes, I know, but I'm live, okay? I'm streaming. He could have pre-written it. They don't fucking care about their own citizens. They don't need to. They have enough of them. They don't care. But if they're going to release the virus, then who in the world does care about their own citizens? Oh, right, most other countries. It would actually do more damage to most other countries than the Chinese. Now, I'm not actually sure that's true, but that may have been what they thought. Now, I personally suspect it was incompetence, not intentional. However, everything after the initial leak of the virus was intentional. Because what the Chinese did do, and I think this is beyond question, is cover it up, ensure that everyone else got the virus too, because if only China got it and they quarantined themselves, I can pretty much guarantee you they would have been able to quarantine themselves if they'd really wanted to. If they had chosen to at the first moment they knew about it, they could have quarantined their country, then only they would have suffered. Wait, that doesn't benefit them. If only they suffer, that's really bad for them. But if they make sure that instead of 1.4 billion people getting the virus, instead 8 billion people get the virus, that's better for them. So they deliberately let it leak. To me, this means that the entire financial, which of course would in some small way include the lives lost, all financial losses of COVID outside of China is money that China owes the world. If that ends up having a T at the beginning of the word used to describe its scale, then so be it. Kaisal says the Japanese would rationalize using Unit 731 to torture Chinese during World War II, then the Chinese are more than capable of releasing the COOF. I mean, they're all Asian. Thank you, Chris. Well said and surprisingly erudite for you, Chris. Yes, I was not an essential worker, but I mean, if you guys want to know, I've talked about it a bit before. It's not particularly world relevant, but I'll tell you briefly my experiences with COVID. Personally, I didn't really notice it because I don't go out a huge amount anyway. One of the exceptions here was if you're walking a dog, you're allowed to go out, and that was most of what I went out for at the time anyway. Daily walking my Beagle Boomer, many of you remember. Sadly, it's past now. But that was what I went out for. And that was, I just continued doing that after COVID. What I will say is that people had a lot more time to hang around and online during COVID. So that was actually the period still just about of Cabal's highest activity was during COVID. Actually, right now, we're sort of, with the sort of daily hanging out that we do with at least sort of 12 people every day and sometimes 20 just casually chilling every single day reliably, it's approaching the levels that we got to at the peak during the pandemic. I'm not really sure why my stream viewership is sort of weirdly lower. There was a brief time near the beginning of the year where it was going from sort of like 25 to 30 viewers on average every stream, and suddenly it was at like 15 to 20. I have no idea what happened there. It was over the course of a month, it just suddenly went down. I don't know why, but it seems to be recovering now. So yeah, that's good. But yeah, it's odd though. And I barely noticed when everyone went back to work because I don't have that kind of job. But I remember putting on an event in the middle of the day here and being surprised that few people showed up. And it was mentioned to me that, yeah, it's not because no one cares. It's because they're all back at work after COVID. I guess I just got used to it being the norm. So for me, COVID, well, I'm being very candid here, maybe more than I should be. COVID didn't do much harm to me. It wasn't even much of an inconvenience, but some people really did suffer a lot. Some people lost family members. So I'm very sympathetic for that. I don't think anyone I am related to or know actually died from it or even suffered too badly from it. But there were a few family members of mine who got new illnesses around that time. And I do fear that may have been because of the vaccines. Incidentally, I suspect that I had COVID very early on because in 2019, near the end of 2019, I got suddenly ill, and it was really bad. One of the worst illnesses I've had. I was at no risk of dying, but it was really bad. I was bedridden for like a week. And I completely lost my sense of taste. Quiet. It is a bad game. Completely lost my sense of taste. I could barely consume any food during that time. I think I may even have reverted to water. I was that desperate. No, I probably didn't actually. Not even COVID could make me stop drinking. Maybe actually drink water. It's so bad. But and then I remember while it was just ending, and I was just able to go to the shop, and I went to the first time I was going to eat food, and I went to the area where there was some food to buy, and like some just sort of snack food, because I wanted something small and simple, and it all just looked so unappealing because it all looked too flavorful. And what I was after was the blandest possible thing, because that was where my palate was at the time for some reason. So I think it was COVID. And so I probably became immune after that to all future forms, because I probably had a very bad early version of it when it hadn't really calmed down, as viruses tend to do over time. 2019 Oozlu nearly turned into 2026 Styx Hexenhammer. Really? I don't get it, Kaiser Holt. Please explain. All right. There's also this, which has a summary of some of the things which happened during the Fauci thing. I just wanted to see if there's anything interesting here that we missed. What are the 4 takeaways? COVID origin, lab leak, or natural spillover? Fauci's journals do not reveal new information about the origin of the pandemic. Fauci, in agreement with the World Health Organization, has long contended that most likely scenario is that the virus spread from animals to humans, called the spillover theory. I don't think that is the most likely at all, no. Paul has long said that the virus was likely released from a laboratory in China that was studying coronavirus. After years of inquiries and investigations, there is still no definitive answer. I'm pretty sure it's pretty fucking definitive. The proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2 publication, which was used to repeatedly by public health officials and the media to discredit lab leak theory, was prompted by Dr. Fauci to push the preferred narrative that COVID-19 originated naturally. 1. The virus possesses a biological characteristic that is not found in nature. 2. Data shows that all COVID-19 cases stem from a single introduction into humans. This runs contrary to previous pandemics where there were multiple spillover events. 3. Wuhan is home to China's foremost SARS research lab, which has a history of conducting gain-of-function research, gene-altering an organism supercharging at inadequate biosafety levels. 4. Wuhan Institute of Virology researchers were sick with COVID-like symptoms in the autumn of 2019, months before COVID-19 was discovered at the wet market. 5. By nearly all measures of science, if there was evidence of a natural origin, it would have already surfaced, but it hasn't. That, to me, is a good fucking summary. I would have to agree. So I'm reading through this, again, not because we don't know it, but because fucking ABC7 appears not to know it. I'm actually not going to bother with these. It's going to be so biased. And at this point, I'm at the information gathering stage, not the sort of debunking stage, because I don't know enough about it. There is the diary, which I'm curious about. Surprised by the diary, says former COVID response coordinator, puzzled by Dr. Fauci's private notes.
His fame was somehow clouding his ability to focus on the real task at hand. And in one of the diary entries Senator Paul released, Fauci wrote, quote, "It is not hyperbole to say that today I am the most famous and talked about person in the country and one of the most recognizable persons in the world." Now, obviously, this is a diary entry that I'm reading. I'm not extending an affect to it whatsoever. But were you surprised to see him talk about himself in this way? And do you think that it trumped his ability to deal with the gravity of...
And it's been a while since I've heard anyone use the word Trump, not the name, the word. But it is a word. It doesn't help to say I'm not adding any affect to that. Just don't add any affect to it. Which, to be fair, you didn't. So why bother saying it?
I think for all of us who've worked alongside him for so many decades, we're surprised by the diary. One, because it was on the HHS servers. That's my understanding. And all of us know if you use government equipment, nothing is private. And to put private thoughts in a public server is difficult to understand. I mean, very difficult to understand, and difficult to understand taking the time to write those things when there was so little time for anything that first year. I mean, I know how little sleep I got. And I don't understand.
A lot of people during COVID were working ridiculously hard, round the clock. Fauci wasn't one of them.
It, to be frank, but on the other hand, we all have private thoughts, and I think none of us would want our private thoughts released in transcript in that way. So it is very difficult. I think there
but
are some things in that
do you think,
diary
Doctor, that it compromised his ability to handle COVID and to deal with the gravitas?
I think the only thing in the diary that people could say that could compromise objectivity are these relationships with the media. Because when we're a public official, we have to be very...
I think, Doctor, that's simply where it began. I haven't seen the diaries, actually. But from what people are saying, I suspect it's worse than that. I'm going to quickly ask for a summary of the diaries. Please summarize all the concerning and controversial information revealed in Fauci's diaries. Quicker than searching for it, once again. Not rely on AI to do your thinking for you. Relying on it to find information is a bit more viable, still should check. All right, so let's see. His private diary entries were released in July. Rand Paul, being located on government servers, they run to well over 1,000 pages and were treated as official records subject to oversight. Coverage across outlets highlights several that were occurring. I didn't ask you for a summary of how it was being covered. Early 2020 entries record serious private considerations of non-natural origins. 26th to 31st of January 2020, Fauci noted epidemiological and genomic indicators that the first infections predated the Wuhan wet market connection and that the market was an amplifier rather than the source, which is probably true, while still stating the virus jumped from animals to humans somewhere. On or about 31st January to 1st February 2020, this is very early on, after scientists, including via Jeremy Farrar, raised concerns about features such as the furin cleavage site, Fauci recorded a call with roughly a dozen experts. His notes indicate that 2 strongly favored a purely natural origin. The rest considered deliberate insertion possible, with accidental lab release viewed as more likely than intentional release by some. He referenced Shi Zhengil's gain-of-function work on coronaviruses in Wuhan and the need to let this go, recommending further expert review. The need. It sounds like it's not an intellectual need, but a diplomatic, perhaps even financial need. Critics, Paul and others, argued this private openness contrasts with later public emphasis on natural zoonosis, dismissal of downplaying of lab leak hypotheses as conspiracy theories, and involvement in shaping the proximal origin paper that advanced a natural origin view. Fauci and allies have long maintained he remained open to both possibilities while viewing natural origin as more likely, and that the science evolved. That later diary entries show him characterizing lab leak claims linked to him or NIH funding as far-right conspiracy theories. So, yeah. It very much seems like he was amplifying one view in the public while recognizing the likelihood of another view in private. Self-regard, celebrity, and juxtaposition with death counts. Many entries list daily or global US case and death figures, then pivot to personal fame, flattering media profiles being treated like Elvis Presley, bobbleheads, beers named after him, petitions for sexiest man alive, celebrity contacts, Barbra Streisand, Julia Roberts, Joanne Baez, and remarks that his national and international fame was explosive and really unimaginable. Critics call the tone self-absorbed and tone deaf, given the concurrent mortality figures. If you're going to write that stuff about yourself, at least make sure that it's not at the time where you should be spending your time more wisely. If you're going to make note to organize your thoughts so you can do better work to save lives, then that work does not comprise of you glorifying yourself. It really doesn't. The internet and the media covering him, and he amplified Fauci's ego. Yeah, indeed. Relations with Trump admin and political framing. Entries record friction, characterizations of Trump as strange, out of control, spewing nonsense, or an embarrassment, pressure over school reopenings, testing and messaging, and claims that the White House, via Mark Meadows or others, directed him to make up a reason for cancelling the EcoHealth and Wuhan-related grant after he warned that cancelling without justification could be improper. The justification is that that's where the virus appears to have come from. So if they were telling you to make up a reason, it's likely that they were actually saying, it's not as if there isn't a reason. But if you want a proper reason, you think of one. Like if you want a more diplomatic reason, you think of one. But the proper reason is that's probably where the virus came from. He also described efforts to counter critics and portrayed some Republican scrutiny as stemming from the big lie about the 2020 election. Later, and the big lie is that it wasn't rigged, by the way. Later entries show warmer alignment with the Biden admin and repeated complaints about far-right dark web, far-right maniacs, and FOIA pressure campaigns that left him stressed beyond the limit. Well, too fucking bad, Fauci. You were wrong. Other points noted in coverage: influence on lockdowns and school closures, discussions with governors and mayors, private doubts about aspects of the response, context of the figures under scrutiny, prize award money, later redactions on missing topics. Okay, so it looks like it isn't, there's no sort of smoking gun. There's a few things that seem to be contradictory, but it's no smoking gun. Yeah, indeed, some of the bugs. I mean, that's not surprising, is it? All right. So I think that's probably about good for this topic, chat. Is there anything else that you think we should cover on this? Let me know what you think while I read out these donations. Thank you, Chris. XD, indeed. Thank you, Chris. Yes. Indeed. In that it was, not in that it was written with ballpoint pen, I assume. Or was it? Yeah, I think it was that. But Chris is muted? Shit. You should have told me, chat. Maybe you did. Sorry about that. He won't be muted next time. But the... hold on. I can have these read out anew. Apologies for that, chat. I turned that off for Aiden, the stream with Aiden.
The Science Fauci for 5 quid says, my only mistake was letting Alex Jones have the key to my frilly diary. I mean, on the advice of counsel, Reno Delenda S. Kaiserholt for 50 says, the diary of Tony Fauci reminds me of the diary of Anne Frank, XD.
Yeah, sorry about that being muted, chat. I actually had that on my list to check before stream, or I thought I did, but I forgot. Yes. Okay. Good. Thank you for the generous contribution. Those should have been credited as user coins to your account, but let me know if they weren't. I do need to add a command to manually link accounts because the system is robust enough that I could do that quite easily. I just haven't made the command for it. Okay, so that's the Fauci story dealt with. Let's see what else we have. The Spain border story is worth looking into. So I don't have as much gathered on this yet. But I do have, I'll tell you what, let's okay, there we go. I'll get that in a sec. I asked Cabby earlier, she gave me a good summary of what was actually happening here. So I'll get a slightly better one now. So,
some really wild video here. Chaos at the border of Spain's North African enclave in Morocco. This is a city called Ceuta. You're watching as thousands of migrants break through the fence and completely overwhelm the border police. Their video showing huge groups of people, mostly young military-age guys, cramming into inflatable tubes or arriving on shore in other ways, some of them wading in the water as they break through the gates to get to the other side. Sandra, this is reminiscent of kind of what we saw during the open border during the Biden administration through 2021, 2024, kind of similar to what we saw in Del Rio back in 2021. The socialist agenda, their platform literally says they want...
Thank you, Fox News. Yeah, it's pretty absurd how many of them there are. I actually hadn't seen the footage. I didn't realize how many of them there were. It's a lot. I think, and I know Americans in chat, I get it, but I think even if every civilian was armed, they wouldn't be able to stop this. And armed and using their guns, they wouldn't be able to stop this. I think you need a large military presence here. I've always pushed back a little on the idea of calling it an invasion. It is in a sense, certainly, but the term invasion is used when it is an organized military force. That's what it's always been used for. It doesn't have to be used that way, but using it when it is a disorganized economically or otherwise motivated rabble of people, though there is organization at some levels, it's not direct, I think is just slightly misusing the word. And if there were an actual invasion, like one that would trigger a defensive war of peer powers, then that's the time to use the word invasion. Maybe, and by the way, I'm not saying it's too offensive because the word I might use is infestation. Doesn't have to mean a parasite literally, though in this case abstractly. Infestation, I think, is the better term for it. And this is a sudden surge of infestation. It's pretty bad. Infestation. That's good, Vil. That's good. It's an infestation. That's good, actually. I like that. Chat, put that post in Hall of Fame. Thank you, Vil. So yeah, that's pretty fucking bad. Now, this, honestly, the footage here, this is actually probably the worst I've seen in terms of the speed and aggression of the people. I mean, just in this frame, that's about, I guess, 200, maybe 300 people running into Spain. So not good. This needs a military response. It doesn't need a military response of contain, suppress, and no, it needs a military response of fire. They are not citizens. They are most likely hostile to the citizens. They have violated the border fence physically. In this case, term invasion is much more apt because they physically violated the border. It's still not ideally apt, but it's closer. So even though I push back on it often, in this case, it's much closer to real, that it's really an invasion. So send the military and shoot them. And if they keep coming, shoot them more, gradually they will scatter, but they won't run back. No, they'll scatter into your country. So you've got to keep pursuing them. And ideally, you don't shoot them, but start that way because they're doing this. They surrender. You don't need to if you can manage it. But to be honest, that's much harder to deal with. So I don't know. Just do what needs to be done because this is not acceptable for a modern country. See, there's a bit more footage.
Abolish borders, abolish immigration enforcement.
We don't need the editorialization from Fox. Simplistic anyway.
People don't know, Spain has a very left-wing government. Earlier this year, they did a big amnesty program for over 1 million illegal immigrants living in the country. They had 1.3 million illegal immigrants apply for that amnesty program between April and June. So that's what we call a pull factor, Sandra. They're looking for something like that. They know if they can just get their foot in the country, maybe someday that left-wing government will do another amnesty program. And you were just reading some of the wires. The locals want an emergency declaration. It sounds like
the ministry's saying no, they will not deploy military to the border.
Apparently they don't think this is an I mean, look at this. This is a total free-for-all.
It does feel like we are looking at a few years ago when you were reporting at the border here in the United States. This is happening right now. This story is breaking right now. And you're not just talking about hundreds, thousands of migrants are pouring over the borders as we speak.
Yeah, and again, I mean, just look here. Do you see any women or children? I mean, most people would call these folks so-called asylum seekers. These are all young guys just flooding into the country and overwhelming what, if any, border there is. It looks like there's just kind of a small barbed wire fence or something like that. But you can see the Spanish government is caught completely off guard here, and you have thousands of these men. I mean, it literally looks like...
Yeah, it's been said that the only valid refugees are women and children. And if women and children are all that's coming in, then I think most people will be much more okay with it. Now, there's another angle there of the gynocentrism of giving women too much sympathy, that men suffer in wars usually more than women do, and so they deserve more sympathy. But in this case, it's a filter that the women are likely to have different motives, and if they are there without the men, it must be really fucking bad. So it's actually justified. It's not because they're women; it's because of the implications that what would be required to cause that, I think. But no, I think just none at all. If you're going to have refugees, the only thing I would maybe say is that you have somewhere, some land, even if only one country out of 5 has somewhere like this, where it's either barely inhabited or you have sort of a sort of military cordon in an area. That's where the refugees can be. They can stay in camps. They can't stay anywhere else. Because if the camps are better than their war-torn country, then it's better. If they're not, then it might not be that bad. Or whatever, the other way around. If the camps aren't... Yeah, if the camps are worse... Yeah, no, I was right. If the camps are worse than their war-torn country, then it's probably not that bad. There's a couple of links 8-Bit has just given. Thank you, 8-Bit. I'll have a look at those in a sec. Remind me if I forget, because that second one we did need to look at. I didn't have it open.
You often hear the word invasion, but it literally looks like one here. Look at that. I mean, you see the border fence there. They're all just going around it. And again...
yeah, I'm not sure of the geometry there. That might not even be a border fence. I don't know.
Head of Spain's civil guard is calling this absolute chaos. In a brand new interview, he said, quote, "It's not possible to give precise numbers, but there are thousands of migrants crossing right now." He added that the border has totally collapsed, quote unquote.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. And for folks who don't know where this is a small Spanish city, autonomous in North Africa. It's actually in Morocco, but it does have Spanish autonomy. It's called Ceuta. So this isn't on
yeah, I can see why this would happen then. It's under Spain's authority, but it's within Morocco, so it's probably not as well guarded. And Spain, thus over this area as well, is given amnesty to lots of immigrants. So all they have to do is be in Spain, and they'll just be granted citizenship. It's absurd. So, here's a summary of what happened apparently. A sudden mass crossing of 50 to 60,000 people, mostly young Moroccans, into Spain's North African enclave of Ceuta from Morocco. Dozens of deaths, apparently, from drowning or crushing. It also says most later returned, but I'm not sure if that's true because this is still ongoing. The main immediate factors cited across reporting: Spanish Supreme Court ruling that migrants intercepted at sea while trying to reach Ceuta or Melilla cannot be subject to summary hot returns. They must instead go through ordinary immigration procedures. That's wrong. Spanish officials and the government say human smuggling networks rapidly spread the misinterpretation that the border was effectively open, triggering the rush via social media and word of mouth. Apparent Moroccan border control relaxation or facilitation. This is the interesting part I haven't seen reported by anywhere else. Moroccan forces that normally help block crossings were reported as largely absent or inactive at key points during the surge, similar to a 2021 episode titled Diplomatic Dispute. Some Western intelligence analysts think this is friction over Spain's recent outreach to Algeria, including gas-related talks, given the long-running Western Sahara rivalry between Morocco and Algeria. So, because Spain is negotiating with Algeria, Morocco has let in 60,000 of their young fighting-age male NIGs. Very mature Morocco. Broader context includes Spain's relatively permissive migration stance under the Sanchez government, being framed as critics as a pull factor, as they just said in this video. Yeah. Pretty bad. All right, let's have a look at this video because this was relevant.
Sandra, la situación en Ceuta está totalmente desbordada. Ya podéis escuchar
Oh,
ambulancias.
it's a good thing we have Spanish subtitles for her speaking Spanish. That's very helpful. Is there a version of this with English subtitles? Because I saw this video earlier. Yeah, indeed, Kazal. Though they were armed, trained, and more specifically deployed to like do combat. Like, obviously, I'm not disagreeing with you, but in terms of the numbers, it's bigger than an invasion. But in terms of the organization, if you were trying to win a war, you'd rather have 17,200 trained and armed militia than 60,000 zombies. Probably. I mean, there's quite a lot of difference, to be fair. Maybe it's debatable. This woman fucking waving them in? Chat, press 1 if she just wants to be raped by one of them later. She just keeps doing it. The image on the right is a loop, by the way. The one on the left is still there. She's still doing it. Yeah, indeed, Nachos. It's not like anyone would have stopped it. Jada says she could be half Moroccan, yeah. Or even fully, yeah. But possibly. Hard to see, but she looks like she's white, but it is hard to know for sure. Look at that nose on the left. That is a big nose. True. Yeah. They all just came to help Bonnie Blue make her next vid. Indeed. Like a beak. You mean like Aiden's nose? All right. Well, that's pretty fucked. Let's see what else we've got. Why is Twitter so slow today? Is this my end?
Increíble la situación.
Did you say anything important to note there? This really is a picture of how nations die. Open the gates. I mean, I know that the Gondor comparisons are rather dated now. Well, it's not dated. I mean, I think it's still pretty fucking relevant, but, you know, media comparisons with politics are a bit cringe. But it really is like Battle of Pelennor Fields is starting, and they just open the gates. It really is that. It's just slower, more subversive. Well, simply, this is something that happened like as part of Rome falling. I think there may have been other reasons there, but like I guess it's the same thing here, though. Like this is the mechanism, not necessarily the original cause, but this is the mechanism of it falling. Yes. All it says is the situation is incredible, but really don't know if he's saying it's good or bad. Okay. Yeah. Indeed, wormhole. I've sort of that there are similarities, probably, yeah. I don't know why you think I'm disagreeing. But yeah, it's the mechanism, not necessarily the cause, but it's the mechanism. The method, shall we say, not the original cause. But I'm not saying the original cause was different, probably. You've hallucinated that. I'm sure there are many similarities, including some of the groups involved. Yeah, that's what I've heard, probably. See what else there is on this. Spain is now deploying its military finally, after thousands of military-aged men stormed over the border into Ceuta, Spain. Ceuta authorities are calling on Madrid to declare a national emergency after the border totally collapsed. Quote, the situation is absolute chaos. It's not possible to give precise numbers, but there are thousands of migrants crossing, which we saw. The Trump White House is now ripping Europe for its far-left policies. Trump's long warned Europe that what would happen if they continue to influence far-left globalist policies, including enabling mass migration. It's all stuff we already know. Yeah. Or the same.
Increíble la situación.
Yeah. Well, I think we get the gist. Not good. All right. Next thing. It just says, is Israel trying to destabilize Spain by getting Morocco to send truck full of migrants to the border? I'm sure Israel and Jews are involved, to both you and Sick Puppy, but I don't think it's actually required for them to be involved in order for this to make sense. Unfortunately. So it could be happening whether they were there or not. Look how fucking many of them there are, chat. Now you got to think, like, they were packed in there like sardines. They were packed densely. I wonder how long they were sitting there packed like that. It just keeps going. We're half. No, there you go. Finally, it's empty. I don't know why this officer was acting like it was normal. I mean, maybe it hadn't crossed yet. But it's not like one officer was going to be able to arrest all them anyway, was he? That's a lot of fucking migrants. All right, good night, Nixa. Third World D-Day, indeed. Well, Third World, was it Z-Day? Breaking the Spanish border has collapsed. I believe this is one we've already seen. Oh, we haven't seen this one, actually. Actually, we can probably see from here the very person that was filming the earlier footage at a closer range, because that's the same gate, I think. Again, I'm sorry, but even guns can't solve this. If you had like, I don't know, 50 armed soldiers here, all it would do is scatter them. And right now, they're making themselves more obvious, but there's so many of them. This is a long-term problem. The only solution to this, in like short-term or long-term, is a policy, a long-term policy of deportations. Of the entire country being determined to fix it properly. There is no amount of having guns on site that will actually solve this, I don't think. You'd have to have like 100 at least armed people in good positions to even make a dent in this. You could go to the extent that you could destroy the city to destroy them, or destroy large parts of the city to destroy them. Like, you would have to have a lengthy campaign, a lengthy military campaign to flush them out. This is not a problem you can solve by just opening fire at the crowd. I'm not saying you shouldn't, just in practice. Like, even with the Vlad, right? And by the way, I'm not saying don't use violence to solve this. That's the opposite of what I'm saying, to be honest. I'm saying that there's so many of them that even if you had an armed squad there, just constantly firing, it wouldn't be enough. So I'm not saying what you seem to think I'm saying. But with Vlad, for example, that is exactly what I'm saying you would need, is specifically, not necessarily impaling people, even the violence necessarily, but specifically an entire country that is determined to solve the problem, where the general direction is aggressively, determinedly solve the problem by deportation, or there are other ways of doing it. Probably not necessary, but deportation. My point is, small acts aren't enough for this. Has to be large ones. Everyone has to be on board with it. If they are, it can be solved, but it will still take a long time. I'm merely stating that the numbers are obscene, chat. They know there are no guns. Guns willing to be fired would deter them. Has so far. I'm not denying reality at all, some of us. I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I don't know what reality you think I'm denying. You said no guns would solve this. I said a group of military men on site would not solve it because there are so many, they would just scatter. Now, I know it's difficult when it's such a controversial topic, but please try not to just assume that I'm saying something I'm not. I'm not saying that strong, forceful deterrence wouldn't reduce the inflow of people. That's like on a large scale. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's so many of them that you would need a lot of military here to cope to contain this. I'm literally just talking about the numbers and the determination of the people on the ground. Yeah, some of us. You would need a lot of military here. You would need them in good positions. You'd need them to like cover every angle to be able to contain this. And even then, you would get some scattering, and you would have to be like a military campaign to flush them out of the city. That's what I'm saying. Is it's so many, it would not be a trivial matter of just opening fire at the crowd. It would need to be a campaign of flushing them out of the city, which take days or weeks. That's what I'm saying. People do have a strong tendency to jump to conclusions about my words. Maybe I'm not clear enough, but I think I'm being explicitly clear sometimes. As Sakurai says, sounds like a good time. Maybe so. And maybe some people would find it rewarding. But it would be much better if you didn't have to in the first place. Some of which, if I did, I quickly clarified what I meant, which you apparently didn't hear. Yes, some of us. That was the clarification. So you did hear the clarification there. So you heard the initial statement, then you heard me clarifying it, but you just responded to the initial statement, not the clarification. There's a mob of 60,000, 75,000 men rushing in all at once. That's not something like the Kent State method would. Well, I'm not sure what that is, but yeah, 60,000 to 70,000 people. There is no amount of like. I don't think that's an infantry level problem that you can deal with without it being a days or weeks long campaign. It's a problem either of like large scale mechanized resistance to it, or a long campaign. You'd have to have things in place in modern military strategy. But even then, modern militaries are designed to beat other militaries. They're not designed to beat massive crowds of civilians. Yes, I know, Somnovox, that's my point. Most people can't respond as fast as you can talk, says Deckbrow. I would not be so uncharitable to the ability to think of the people in my audience. I suppose the issue is that people are very passionate about these topics, and I tend to want to seek the interesting angle, the angle that has not been said before. If I just sat here and tell you what you wanted to hear, well, maybe some people would enjoy it more, but it's not quite the audience I'm seeking. So I try to find something interesting to say. But people tend to jump to conclusions because it sounds like I'm disagreeing with them, but I actually wasn't. Sometimes I am, but in that case, I actually wasn't. See, this is a good start for resisting the invasion. Because again, I haven't usually called it an invasion, but this kind of is. It's organized enough, it's sudden enough, and it's large enough. You hate short hair. Oh yeah, she keeps giving you short hair. You keep telling her not to, and she keeps doing it anyway. The other two women in this do have short hair, though, so maybe that's why. Spain has a total fertility rate of 1.1, second lowest in Europe. All Morocco has to do is wait another generation. There will be no resistance. That's the problem. You got to do it quickly. This is why the migrant crisis is so severe, because it is a time-sensitive problem, and all of Europe and everywhere else is dragging their heels on it. If we had had the migrant wave in 2015 and then an immediate response, we might have it fixed by now. But we didn't. We still aren't responding to it. And so it will take 30 years to fix. And by that time, it might be too late. It's to the point, to be honest, it's been to the point for over 5 years that we have to rely on meritocratic processes to filter out the people and their descendants who are not worthy of these societies. And I'm not sure that's going to work, because they will comprise these societies to a significant enough degree. It's a really bad situation. It's just getting worse as well. And to be honest, with what's happening in Spain, it looks exponential. Not like it's slowing down. Although other places it seems to be slowing down somewhat. Like actually in the UK, the influx has slowed down. Still bad, but it's slower. All right. Why has Vil got 2 eye patches? That would probably make it a bit harder to resist the invasion, to be honest, if you have 2 eye patches. And what exactly is Nachos holding? A bucket of rocks. Is that your weapon of choice, Nachos? A bucket of rocks. Okay, she's given you like 1 inch longer hair. 1 inch. Cabby, that hair is like 1 inch longer. Can we not do better? Maybe try the high preset. It probably is specifying long hair, actually. But the AI model it's got 2 characters with shorter hair, so it probably is just defaulting to that. It's also possible that Cabby is leaking her own description into here and just being retarded. I don't know. All right. So I think that's what I've got on the Spain story. It is pretty fucked. We'll keep an eye on it. Okay, that's better. Finally, accurate proportions. That's that shows that's not short hair. Look, that's long hair. That's Rapunzel hair. All the proportions here are accurate. I don't know how short Vil wants her hair, to be honest. I think 8-bits is close, though 8-bits is not the right style, because she wants the style from the anime, I think. But Nachos here is perfectly proportioned. Wouldn't you agree, Nachos?
It's only to my waist. It's not that long, but
oh, you're complaining about such small details. Rapunzel hair.
It really bothers me. It really bothers me.
No, that's fine. But I mean, the Rapunzel hair's fine in this. Wouldn't you agree all the dimensions are correct in this image?
Yeah, sure. Why am I a midget, by the way? Let's bring that up.
I don't know. There's a few reasons. It could be genetics, probably mostly genetics, Nachos. Could be caused by early life malnutrition. That's also possible.
That definitely happened. But I'm 5'2". I'm not that short.
5'2" is basically a midget.
No, it's not.
So as I interpret that when you play devil's advocate, it's not devil's advocate. I'm not saying these things as like, well, here's an example of what other people might think. No, I'm honestly stating beliefs I have. They're just not my strongest position. Sometimes they're speculations, but they're positions which are unusual, but often steel manning, but still true. It's not like pure experimental ideas. It's not really devil's advocate. It is my actual opinions in most cases. I talk about ideas that contrast with a lot of the audience's more radical opinions. I think the assumptions are just because you use hard language like X will not work or Y is a bad idea. Definitive statements that make people think you are disagreeing on principle rather than extent. That it is only later when you see the audience is giving backlash that you elaborate, since people jump to conclusions and you need to correct them. I think that is an exaggeration of what's happening, but it might be generally correct. I do clarify early, usually, but often what I'll do is I'll make the initial statement. I'll realize that it could be misinterpreted and I'll clarify it. Usually it's quick. At that time it was quick. I did clarify what I meant. But I think people hear the initial statement, assume that I'm taking up a position based on stereotypes, which is not completely unreasonable, but most of you would know me for long enough that you're not assuming that I'm just like against guns because we happen not to have them here. I have actual reasonable positions on these things. And then people sort of hear the first thing and feel an urge to defend a position that they assume is being attacked. Some of us, I don't disagree that guns are effective. Guns are the most effective weapons humans have ever devised, at least on the infantry level. But I think Americans have a sort of slightly too greater estimation of their effectiveness. I think a lot of Americans assume that they solve a bit more problems than they actually do. They are very effective. I think I have an equal assessment or close to equal assessment to most of you about how effective they are. But I think some Americans just take it a little bit too far. They are not solvables. They're not silver bullets, despite them firing bullets. So that's the only difference where we really have on that. But do I think that guns are an effective deterrent? Do I think violence is an effective deterrent? Yes. And your argument, your response kind of assumed that I don't, which is very strange. Yeah, Wormhole. They do sometimes go that far with it. But I certainly do not want to argue with the audience, but maybe the issue is that I want to try and make sure it doesn't happen on things we don't actually disagree on. Well, I don't know, maybe it's fun. Maybe people just like the argument. Silver bullets are, indeed, I expect, expensive, yes. Didn't work. All that did was new to the National Guard in the long term. Violence is a good short-term deterrent, but a terrible long-term deterrent, says Trevor. Maybe. That's case by case, but maybe on something there. Ultimately, the violence is the small scale tool. On the large scale, it's usually more about funding, logistics, politics, strategy, public will, that kind of thing. It actually matters more. Violence is the instrument on the small scale. Nukes kind of bridge that gap a bit, but still, you've got to decide to use them. State often uses the mind in advertising to soothe. Yeah, don't get stuck on the assumption that you can win every battle because you have guns. The battles are psychological. In fact, even wars are. Wars are more often won by psychology than by guns. Guns are the medium, but psychology is the actual route to victory. Especially in a culture war. And if Americans are not willing to take up their guns and shoot the people that illegitimately took the leadership of their country, then they'd better get used to dealing in the psychological war zone, because they're not going to take part in the physical war zone. At least not yet. Yeah, indeed, Nachos. All right. We've been going for almost 5 hours now, Chat. Yeah, I don't know as much about Russia and Ukraine there, Dredder, but the US in Vietnam, I think that was, I've heard several things that imply that, yes, psychology was the main factor there. American soldiers firing to miss and Vietnamese soldiers firing to kill. Well, soldiers and civilians, like the Vietnamese army was killed quickly, but the civilians are what gave them the trouble. Guerrilla warfare, funding from externally. The US essentially taking part in a war directly when it could have been a proxy war, and it certainly was a proxy war for Russia and other Soviet forces. It was just a bad set of plays, but the US actually learned a lot from it, got better at it since. Although, Iraq was not as bad, but still had a lot of the same problems. But then that was mostly political, not infantry, as I understand. You can't read the percentage counter? Why not? Is it too small? Oh, you're on mobile, of course. It's at 62%. We've gone up from 19 to 62 today. That's more than I expected, actually. It has been a long stream, though. So if I can get that consistently high, we could maybe raise the requirement per week. So it's 10.5 hours is currently the requirement per week of streaming, which doesn't sound like very much, and it isn't. But remember, that doesn't include the Sunday stream with Aiden. And that was assuming that I was sticking to the 3 streams a week schedule. 3 streams a week plus then the Sunday one. But for those that missed it, I'm probably going to drop that schedule because all it's really doing, because I have weird sort of issues with motivation. All it's really doing is sort of like giving me the free reign not to stream on the off days, which is not good. So instead, I'm probably going to introduce a system where you, chat, can like put up user coin for when I hit a certain percentage. And then when I hit it, the user coin is spent. But before that, you could unpledge it and you could spend it on other things if you wanted to. So it doesn't get spent until I get there. That would be the notion. And if we do a system like that, that may actually encourage me directly to stream more. I'm not sure, but it may do. What you can also do, chat, is you can, if you'd like to do that informally, you can contribute for when the counter is higher, especially if you'd like me to sort of raise the requirement per week. Correct on Iraq, plus you had Iranians and the Saudis. That's Islam for you. Understood. The guns are good for being annoying to invaders, much like in Vietnam, and making it a bit more difficult making it, let's say, moderately more difficult for undue government involvement in your house. What actually happens is the government just militarizes more with your money. So it just kind of raises the sea level for everyone of violence. And then, of course, if you have a pure high-trust society where everyone can be trusted, then it should be all right with everyone having guns. But if you start letting in a large number of low IQ people, and especially if their behavior is amplified in the direction of glorifying violence and lawlessness, then you might actually be better off if no one just snaps suddenly magically if no one had guns. Not that you can do that. And if you try to do that, it would only be the criminals that kept them. So obviously don't try and do that. But you need a high trust society. Then it's definitely valuable for everyone to have, well, definitely, it's almost certainly valuable for everyone to have guns. But if you start breaking that, then it turns towards probably not worth it. And I'm not sure if it's worth it on balance in the US. But obviously, again, that doesn't mean you should try and stop it because that'll cause more problems. There was a time before guns, there was still war and lawlessness. Yeah, I'm not saying there wasn't. But the degree is different and the reasons are different. What did you fucking say, Sonderbox? Because this position I'm sitting on guns now is the one I've stated for years. And it's not the same one you thought I was saying earlier. And it's not what I was saying earlier. But there is no contradiction. Okay, fair enough. Not that we aren't willing, it's that our government has been weaponized against us to use the full power of the state, law enforcement that's been militarized, that are paid by the state to do as the state decides. If we take our arms responsibility, we've essentially committed suicide. Then what's the point of having guns? Answer me that. What's the point? The only real benefit is if you are invaded by another country, you can do guerrilla warfare much more easily. To protect yourself on the individual level, okay. The alternative is, if guns are not allowed, some people will still get guns, the criminals mostly. They will generally be afraid to use them unless it really matters to them. In which case, yes, they could kill you with guns without you having any guns to defend yourself with. That's rare in the UK. As far as I know, it's very, very rare to hear of people actually being killed with guns. Maybe I'm just missing it. If you know of any examples, let me know. It's very, very rare. So the idea that only criminals will have them and they'll just use them to run roughshod over everyone else, it's not quite that simple. It doesn't really happen, as far as I know. However, in the US, if guns are pretty easy to acquire, criminals, I know there's all kinds of background checks and stuff, but criminals can bypass those, which means that all you need is more criminals with guns, and you can take one civilian with guns. That does mean that they have to be a bit more organized, but then they are motivated to get organized. So you start getting problems. Guns are fine if you have a reliably high trust society. Beyond that, it might just cause more problems than it solves. And all of the arguments that guns aren't the problem, people are, obviously, that's what I'm talking about. People. Like, did you think I was saying that guns commit the crimes, Somnavox? I was talking about the people specifically. Who are you responding to here, Somnavox? Who are you responding to? If you want to talk to Elizabeth Warren, go and find her and talk to her. If you want to talk to me, respond to what I'm saying, not what she says. Criminals use illegal and stolen guns all the time, indeed. So you still have the problem. It's the same problem. You are a bit more equal, and there are cases where civilians having guns is genuinely useful. Women, for example, defending themselves from rape, murder, whatever other crimes, physical crimes, they are much more on an even footing. That is genuinely a good argument for everyone having guns. It's, however, not the only situation. And I think if guns are widely available, criminals are more likely to overcompensate and just get more powerful, more dangerous, to the point that no one wants to go after them, even the people with guns. Yes, no, of course that's it. It's definitely what I said on the books, yeah. Maybe you weren't arguing against me with that statement, you were just saying it out loud. It sounded like you were. And given what we've been talking about recently, it's maybe fair for me to assume. Maybe you've just clarified, in which case, fair enough. But yeah, the guns issue, chat, is nuanced, and I think Americans they're not wrong, but they're too gung-ho about it, and they are resistant to the nuance because the government keeps trying to take away their fucking guns, which they are entitled to, and which are sort of built into the structure of their politics, and which, of course, since the criminals have them, the civilians must have them as well now. So that's why I defend Americans keeping their guns. But they do not solve as many problems as Americans seem to think they do. It is a nuanced issue, and it is open to discussion. It should be. Not because we're going to... It's not an excuse for me to come and take away your guns. It's not like if you agree that some aspect of this isn't a fucking godsend, that somehow your guns will disappear. Because it's true. If it is true, then we must discuss it. Even if it's a point that your opponent could use. If it's true, then don't defend it. Make the actual arguments. Fauci says, no, the criminals aren't afraid to use them here. Guns are extremely regulated, but somehow a lot of weapons still find their way here. And if the criminals have them, they use them. So we have criminals with guns and civilians without. As I said, yes, that does happen. That is an argument. But how often are people in the UK killed with guns? I don't know the numbers, but I never hear of it happening. I think it's very rare. And now that's not an argument that it should be done that way. It's not an argument that we've done it right or whatever it is. It's just, it's not quite what Americans think would happen. If the US right now banned guns, then yes, the criminals would keep them for much longer. And that would be terrible. That would be really, really bad. But if you have a situation where you've got an island where guns were banned during a time of high trust, and then were banned for 40 odd years, not saying that was a good idea, but if that's your situation, it is actually possible for guns to be rare enough that they're almost never used for crimes, and that the civilians don't, that the criminals don't just own the streets. Now, criminals own many Western countries in a different way, again, through psychology. The actual small-scale violent stuff isn't the big picture. That's just an instrument of whoever has been psychologically coerced into one side or the other. the amount of Americans with guns is not a factor. The amount of Americans who are currently using their guns to do the right thing is a factor. At the moment, it's too low. Still not crime. And Solarvox says you ban guns, less effective but still effective weapons will be used, like niggers, for example. Because the problem with crime in the US and the UK is not guns or knives or anything else. It's the people, as you were saying earlier. But the US seems actually to have a bigger problem with that than the UK does, because knife crime is higher per capita in the US than it is in the UK, despite the memes. It might be that in London it's higher than in the US in general. I'm not sure. That might be the case. But then if you compare London to all the US cities, then probably the US cities are higher. And the reason for this is that Muslims, despite all of their flaws, I don't think they are as violent as American blacks. And I specify American blacks because American blacks seem to be more violent than most African blacks. And they have similar levels of access to guns as American whites do. Some of us, grooming gangs are, obviously very bad, but it's not the same kind of violence we're talking about here. It's obviously very bad. But I mean, if we're talking about like criminal rapes, I don't know what the rape per capita rate in the UK versus the US is. It might be higher in the UK because of the grooming gangs. But it might be lower, and I wouldn't be surprised actually if it was. What's happened in the US is, and I suspect possibly because of the over-dependence psychologically on your guns, a lot of these problems of large-scale violence and crime, they can get much worse before anyone does anything about them. Have you checked which one of the UK and the US has a higher per capita rape rate? Well, I mean, that's controlled for by the per capita on the laws. I think we have more, compared to the total population, more Muslims than you have blacks. I'm not sure if that's true, actually, but it might be. But that would be controlled for in the stats by the per capita rate. But if we do, then it just makes the argument stronger, if anything. Well, indeed, some of us, but which group rapes more, American blacks or Middle Eastern Arabs? I think it might be American blacks. It's been a problem for so long in the US that I think a lot of Americans kind of got used to it or ignored it. Vela says, in North America, especially after the Black Panthers fucked everything up, there's a huge culture of distrust against anyone who isn't black in the United States. Interesting. I'm not sure what your point there is. Oh, maybe you're responding to, I think he's responding to someone else, okay. Yeah. Okay, well, I think that's the, indeed, some box. But do you want things as they, what if you can have both or neither on the box? What would you choose there?
Reno Delenda S. Kaiserhold for 50 says, Spain doesn't need guns. They can just tell the invaders they can't afford AC.
Mm-hmm. Someone votes, the answer of both is, I think, the correct one. It's not the nice one, but I think it's the correct one. Yeah, I think so, someone votes. I think that is the correct answer. It's risky, but it's the only, it's either take the risk and or just die slowly. Bang or whimper. Always bang. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you that I hear at the end of the show, I'm considering revealing a new Cabal feature. I'm thinking either I will reveal it now, even though it's in a sort of fairly early prototype state, or I will get it more ready by tomorrow. What do you think, chat? Are you eager to find out? Wait until it's ready, says Nachos. It is just about usable now. It would be fine now. It would be lacking some sort of polish and some nice features, which I could add a few of by tomorrow. But it is usable now. You reckon wait until it's ready? Well, the alternative is we just go and sort of chill and watch some anything but Wizardry, I suppose. Just wait. You're going to polish it? I have to go to work hall. Ah, okay. Understood. Well, in that case, if you're not going to be here, Nachos, we'll definitely watch Wizardry. In your honor. No. Yeah. I think it would be ready for today, but we've already done a long stream. So I think I'll head into Pit with you guys and I'll work on it and try and have it ready for next stream, which maybe tomorrow. Yeah, we're up to 65% on the counter now. That's pretty good. Let's see if I can get to 100 and keep it above 100, shall we? That would be good. Anyway, thank you for joining me, chat. I will see you briefly in voice. If you're not in Cabal, join via cabal.wizardry.net and then hop into voice with us. We'll hang out and watch some fun stuff for a while. We maybe need a new show because if Natchez isn't going to be here, she really likes Chris Chan. I don't think we'd want to watch too much of that without her. And we've been watching a lot of Chris Chan recently. I kind of want to watch something else. We got Firefly, which is very good, but we're watching it with Nomon because he hasn't seen it before and he seemed to be enjoying it. So I'd rather he was here for it. We got Fairy Tale, but Nachos and Brian are two people that we're watching that with, and neither of them are going to be here. Gitsack says 8-bit. Yeah, we can do Gitsack tonight since you're here. That works. But for times when you're not here and the same sort of other group of people are here, I think we need a show that we can just sort of have on that. Basically what we need is we need a good show or maybe franchise or something that I can put on that myself and some other people in Cabal haven't seen, but that I'm not really synchronized with anyone on it. Like it's just something I can, just sort of a default show I can put on. Someone says hardcore porn. Well, I mean, I've never seen it. Wait, the Overwatch characters are from a game? Okay. Thank you for joining me, chat. We'll decide that momentarily, but we'll probably watch Gitsack. Can dance. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, fair enough, Natchez. All right. Thank you for joining me, chat. I'll see you next time. Good night.